When a people are taught to forget their past, someone else gets to decide their future. Memory is a form of resistance. There comes a moment when knowing the truth isn't enough. That's when a people must decide, will they act or remain controlled?
Hello? Okay, good. You can hear me. What the hell? Oh. Sorry. So I did promise that I would come back and finish part three of the origins of Black August. So I do intend to do that. I have nothing else to do today. But I do want to post this right here, right? So we do have a power outage for our Gary, Indiana family, right? And the issue is that they have been without power for about 12 days now. There are people actively trying to get resources to them. And so last night, Afrobeat did have a call to awareness, and a Gary, Indiana resident did join to provide insight. His name is Mr. Cosmo. So well, his name is Cosmo, but I'm just adding the Mr. out of respect. Um, and so we were reminded that to be diligent in who we donate to make sure that those impacted really get the resources. He says the mayor has a good approval rating and has really been doing good things in Gary. So his best suggestion was to contact the mayor's office to ensure, see what things they have going on so that if we can donate, if we can send food, clothes, and I'm not sure about medication, but there are some people who are getting medication to them. We have to worry about the elderly, the sick, um, and everybody as a whole, but those who take medicine, they're trying to get something situated with that as well. Afro Lee does put his TikTok lives on for the culture. I'm pretty sure that he's going to have that up and running by today in case you want to witness it for yourself so that you don't get lost in my translation, right? Because it's like the game of telephone. You say one thing, and then, when it gets to the last person, the story has changed some. But this right here, this infographic, is giving you the ways to help our family in Gary, Indiana. Also, if you are a resident of Gary, Indiana, I'm not sure how they would hear this. If the power is out, their phones may be going, but anybody close to Gary, anybody in Gary who happens to hear this, there are charging stations, and you can find those by visiting the Gary Public Library at 220 West Fifth Avenue, Gary, Indiana. Okay? Thank you. Um, I'm going to leave this up for a while, I guess. And I'm going to go to the first resource. So, like I was saying, we left off doing part one of how the Haitians identify. And so I'm going to show a few videos before I get to how the conclusion of that, right? Now, I usually don't feed into the gender divides and things of that nature, but we do have a video that has resurfaced of people speaking very ill of Black American men. Now, well, Black men, but Black American men, when you say Black American, some did have foreign flags and some of ours were sprinkled in there too. In no way, shape, form, or fashion should anybody feel this way, especially if you have sons, uncles, brothers, a father, a grandfather that you love and you care about. So I'm going to go ahead and play the resource. Fair use.
I've tried to record this so many times, and I'm going to be very honest with y'all. I don't know how to preface the video that I'm about to show y'all. I'm going to just go ahead and roll the clip, and if you need to pause while watching it, please do. But this can be something that's very, very, very triggering to some people.
No. I was wondering why no one thought to say and voice their opinion that when I look at these white men, they are the epitome of masculine, and watching some of these police officers manhandle these black men in the street is very attractive, and it's a turn on, and I'm wondering, does anybody else feel like that?
Hold on.
Yes, Lord.
Y'all off the chain, okay? Yes.
Every 18 minutes, Black Lives Matter goes by 3.
That's what's up. I think we can get it down to 15. Blue Lives Matter.
Yeah.
Don't even breathe in my direction. I will start crying and I will call the police.
Mm-hmm. I love calling the police on.
Yes.
I love it because they tighten up. They turn into a whole different person
Sure,
when
they
they're
that tail to run.
right.
Okay.
I think she should have.
I met a nerdy guy. He's really sweet. We're both ambitious and educated. That's exactly the type of guy I wanted. And it's just like there's no turning back because these dusties are dusty. Like they just belong in a coffin.
I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bianca. Who was next to me?
I
Saying that police brutality against black men turns you on, and then saying that you enjoy calling the cops on black men because you see that it puts them in their place is insidious. You're romanticizing the harm that white police officers are doing to black men in the black community. Black men have been unjustly and unfairly treated and murdered by white police officers. And you're talking about calling white cops on black men like it's a goddamn kink. Getting a thrill out of the idea of calling cops on a black man. Knowing how dangerous it is. And that's exactly why you take pride and take thrill in doing something like that. There have been so many black boys and black men killed by white police officers due to racism. And these are the kind of conversations that y'all are holding in relation to the dynamic between white cops and black men. That conversation was more than insensitive. It was more than hurtful. It was evil.
Now, I agree with everything the young lady was saying. I also want to say this. This is something that I say to everybody when these matters come up. We don't have to waste time caring about those who have proven they don't care about us. We have to focus on those who love us, right? Those who will protect us. And that's a whole nother issue. They're saying black men don't protect black women. But I got to tell you, especially during this time, right? We have to discuss what does protecting black women look like? When should black women understand that sometimes we can't call our family for a relationship that we decided to continue to embark on? There was recently a woman whose brothers got unalived, right? Sorry, that's TikTok language. And I do recall having issues with a relationship I had. And my father would always be like, don't call my nephews because then it could lead to like, loss of life and stuff like that. So I just want to say this time of delineation, I have never felt so protected from the people that I choose to engage with. The people who are in my inner circle may have my phone number, and I don't give that out. But I think that Black Americans, although we are not without flaw, we are actively working. We have decided that we are putting behind the colorism, the featureism, the texturism, and the sexism, right? And we are putting behind the gender divide. So we are trying to heal as we continue on our journey throughout life. Find your circle, your tribe, as they would say, of protectors, those who will give you good guidance, and know that the work sometimes is personal, meaning you have to work through whatever it is you feel is wrong with yourself that you projecting it on Black men, right? Because we can't heal together if we're not actively, continually doing the work when we're outside of our chosen friend groups, family circles, so on and so forth. I hope that makes sense because I understand what I'm saying. Like, so if you're spiritual, you're going to say, do the shadow work. But for the most part, Black Americans are moving past that. And I just tell everybody, focus on those who love you, protect you, and guide you. You don't have to subject yourself to somebody else's opinion. Like, screw them people. They have foreign flags in their bio. Who knows if they still in this country? Because God and the ancestors, okay, have a way of dealing with those who come against us. So I just want to tell my foundational Black American men to be encouraged, okay? Those opinions don't reflect all of us. We have put behind that stuff and we're working towards a common greater goal. All right. And if you are not a part of that circle, you better find one that's going to encourage you, inspire you, uplift you, and enlighten you. Otherwise, what are you with them for? That don't make sense. Fair use.
Any comment to the city? Hi, guys. Hi, guys. Hi, guys.
How are you, Mr. Mayor?
Excuse me. I'm fine.
Excuse me, guys.
What's your
I don't want to.
comment?
Just relax.
Thank you. God bless you. God bless you.
Just relax. You don't
God bless you.
We're not. We're just.
God bless you.
Sure. Do you think they?
You want to say anything?
Speak English. No comment.
Are you innocent?
No comment. Do you need to resign?
No,
he's
done a great job
in Lawrence. Thank you, guys.
God bless you.
What are you blessing us for?
God bless you.
You get your
We step down, Mayor.
This scamming ass mayor of Lawrence, Massachusetts got caught stealing millions in COVID relief funds. He can't even speak a lick of English. A mayor in the United States who can't speak English? What are we doing?
I'm kind of confused by that. I wonder if the man is playing around because the last time I checked, which was maybe a year ago, you can't speak any other language on a congressional floor. So I don't even know how he's in a mayor of all things and can't speak English in the United States of America. That's crazy to me. So I don't know when we started conforming to immigrants that much, but that shit gotta stop. Everybody seems to be putting out, and it's not just a USA thing where we are deporting those who are illegal, undocumented, overstayed their visa, committed a felony. This lady here is in Vietnam, and she's showing us the process of their immigration officers. Fair use.
So the police did come to my apartment today. This is a pretty standardized search, if you will. They come to the apartment, they take a picture of everyone that lives in the apartment. He takes a picture of the door, and they do like a mini search just to see and make sure that I'm the only one living in the apartment. He asked for my information, so I gave him my passport, gave him my visa. He went over all the paperwork, to make sure everything was correct. And I mean, it was pretty straightforward. Once they verified everything, that was pretty much the end of it. But if you live in America, then you know just how scary this could be.
Yeah, everybody's sick of immigrants, right? Everybody else is allowed to enforce their immigration rules and laws and stuff, but we get the bad end of the public scrutiny. But immigration reform, immigration enforcement continues. The progressives, gotta bring them up. They don't want that type of stuff happening. They don't want borders. They want to defund the police. There's some other stuff about them too, and I just don't understand how they're winning primaries and unseating incumbents. So I really hope that people come out in November to vote. Otherwise, our America First policies that this administration is trying to put in, I'm not even going to speak that in the ear, but y'all get it. Fair use, y'all, fair use.
We had all kinds of ways to keep black people from voting.
What?
We had poll taxes.
I want to ask you who we is, and in particular, what party was it that implemented poll taxes in the South?
But I'm pretty confident it was mostly the Democrats.
Ooh-wee. And what party was it that put literacy tests in place in the South?
Same answer, mostly the Democrats.
What party were the founders of the Ku Klux Klan from?
I'm pretty sure that was the Democrats.
Indeed, in fact, Nathan Bedford Forrest, the founder of the Klan, was a delegate to the 1860 Democrat National Convention. What party wrote the Jim Crow laws in the South?
The Democrats.
Jesus, take the wheel. Who was the first Republican president?
Abraham Lincoln.
The Republican Party was literally founded to oppose slavery. We came into existence because slavery was a grotesque evil, and it was President Lincoln, the first Republican president, who signed the Emancipation Proclamation, who won the Civil War, and that resulted in the freeing of the slaves and the passage of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. By the way, fast forward to the Civil Rights era. Bull Connor, one of the most noxiously racist politicians, what party was he from?
He was a Democrat.
At this point, it was target practice. You talking about switching the drink? It looked like they hit you with a sword, my boy.
The Democrats, for the entire history of their party, have been a party based on racial discrimination.
There is so much more to say, but I fear my time is up.
I ain't playing with you no more.
So I did get that video from TikTok from Pat BKFBA. And some people in the comments were saying, no, the party switched. And Pat was saying the parties never switched. Some just left and joined the Democrats. No, some left and joined the Republicans. I'm trying to make sure I have this correct, y'all. So here's the issue, right? I'm more in alignment to think like Pat. For the simple fact that the Democrat Party is anti-Black American. They pro everybody else but Black Americans. We can see that from today's time, the way they treat the immigrants, the undocumented, all the programs they give them, while dangling carrots in front of us just for our vote. Now, whether you believe the party switched or not, I hope y'all understand how problematic the Democrat Party is. And we've been loyal to them for the past, 60-something years? So I found that very interesting, and it was also a reminder. I don't feel the party switch, because if that was the case, the Democrats would have secured voting rights, had H.R. 40 passed, even though that's a nothing burger. When the Democrats want to pass something, they want to pass it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be some of the things that the immigrants have. That's just my take on it, y'all. But I found this next video very interesting, and we're going to get back to how Haiti identifies in a moment. Fair use. And thank you, y'all. Thank you for joining me. Rich rising. I see reparations on the horizon. Please like, share, and make sure you subscribe. I do have a membership program with perks, so y'all can check that out as well. Fair use.
When black people get money in London, they step away from their own people. Or you can be in a business situation and there's all white people in the room and there's another black person in the room. Do you think they're trying to say hello to you? No, they want to be the only black person in the room. They act like they don't even know you. They can't even see you.
You think,
yeah.
Maybe on a subconscious level.
Like they don't even know they're doing it. That's their behavior. In America, if you walk into an all white environment and you see another black woman, she's like, hey sis, you good? Because we're about to survive tonight.
Mm-hmm.
They don't do that in London.
So, I know that kind of behavior, but also I would ignore those people because I don't behave that way, and I'm sure you guys don't behave that way.
But that's a common behavior pattern experience that I've had in England. I've been in the business arena from the age of 15. I'm 33. That's a common experience that I've had here throughout my experience.
So it's a culture thing. In this country, we don't acknowledge.
When you get to a certain level, you don't embrace each other. Like, I don't experience it. I don't see it. If you're in an all-white dominated situation, that's to do with business and money. Often, the black person in the room is not trying to know you.
No, I wouldn't disagree with that, but or with any of your experiences. But don't we almost have like a duty or obligation that we can change that and bring through the next generation, and we can foster a culture whereby we do support each other.
We can change it when we acknowledge who the real black millionaires and billionaires are, and we bring them into the room. Because I don't believe they're in the room. I believe a lot of the black businesses that we know of, or successful people that we know of, are they really turning over numbers?
I think she's not realizing those people she's calling black, those black Brits, are very tribal because they're African. They're Caribbean. And the Caribbean is just as tribal as the Africans. That's why when she said, when she's in America, or when you look at Americans and we are in predominantly white spaces, we ask the other person, are you okay? We got looks, we got head nods, we got daps. You know what I'm saying? So you looking for American ways in Africans and Caribbeans just calling themselves black Brits. You ain't gonna find that. Not over there. I'm just being honest, y'all. Now look at this hot mess. Fair use.
These UK soul food spots are basically dessert shops. There's no sugar tax. I don't know if it's because they're trying to be American. Bro, why is the spinach got cinnamon and maple syrup? Why is the spinach? Why is the macaroni cheese, got vanilla essence? Like, what is going on? Is this Casper's? Am I eating creams? Why is the macaroni tasting like cookie dough? It don't make no sense. UK soul food, you need to pattern up, because all these soul food spots that you lot be doing, they're trying to be American and that. I'm telling you, it's too much. It's a bit too gnarly. You get me? Too American.
You see the way they try to appropriate our culture and place they mixed match type of style on our soul food? He said that people was putting cinnamon and stuff in spinach, macaroni and cheese tasted like what he said, cookies or some mess. And that the people who's making the British soul, well, he didn't say British soul food, making the soul food are trying to be like Americans. Sir, the only ones who make soul food are Americans, Black Americans to be specific, right? And I found that really funny that he tried to put that mess on us when they are people who eat beans and toast. They the ones that don't know what go together when they making a dish. Beans and toast? That shit was crazy when I seen it. I said, oh my God. Fair use.
If you are respectful of the black culture, okay, this is not for you. I'm sorry to break it to y'all, but when you go home and don't nobody else in that house act like you, bitch, you're not who you think you are. I'm not talking about, oh, you're not black in color. You black as hell. You are black in color. You do physically look black. But when you go home, your parents don't act like you, boo. No one acts like you. You're the only one that acts like that. You're not who you think you are. If you go home and you're the only one that's black culturally, not colorly, culturally, your mama and them still keep that culture from Africa. You're the only one that's running away from that culture. You're the only one that don't want to be seen in your dashiki and shit. Like, you're the only one that want to be around here Pooh Shiesty. You the only one around here want to be Young Miami. Bitch, you're not black. Simple. And I think y'all are getting it misconstrued. I'm not saying when people see you, they don't see black. You're not black culturally. You're picking up another culture. The culture that's in your home is not the one you're following. You're running away from the culture that's in your fucking home. So no, you're not a nigga, bitch. You go home and get in trouble for the way you act because your mama know you not black. Like, your family knows you're not black. You just like them white suburban kids. Y'all be acting like another way outside, but when y'all get home, that's not how you act. Or you're getting corrected on how you act because your parents looking at you like, bitch, where are you getting this from? So many different cultures have migrated here and they still act like who they are culturally and where they're from. They don't emulate black people. They don't have a black scent. They don't dress like black people. They barely be around black people. Most of the time, immigrants that immigrated here, they be around other immigrants that immigrated here of their culture. It be you motherfuckers that think you cool and you don't went to school here. Like, bitch, we grew here, you flew here. Now, these days, everybody is breaking down their blackness. If you have to break it down to a bitch, you not black.
Now, let me show you an example, and you may not feel that it's an example, but let me show you an example of what she's talking about, how you can immigrate to a place. Oh, brother, fair use.
Fuck you. I'm going to become every single thing that you think I would never become, and then you're going to have to eat that shit your entire fucking lives.
Did y'all see it say trap soca? Can somebody tell me what the hell is trap soca? Like, soca on its own is perfectly fine. It's still, even though it's still a play off of our soul music, right? Because soca means soul of calypso. And the resources show that those calypso artists were looking at our Black American music movements during the 1970s. So soca is kind of a spinoff of our music. It was inspired by the way that our artists and stuff was revitalized in the 1970s, right? Being activists, of course. But trap soca, y'all, what is trap soca? That I just had to show y'all that. I think that, let me see what this is. Fair use.
Your tattoo, could you say what it says?
It says Hamas.
Yeah. This is Little Yemen. Does this look like the Bronx to you? I'm filming a YouTube video about Little Yemen. Can I ask you a question?
I don't speak English.
Arabic?
Yeah, I am not strong in English.
This is Ibrahim al-Amdi Way. So this was the former president of Yemen, and this street, the main street, has been renamed after him. If you didn't know that there was a Little Yemen, neither did I, until Mamdani made this map of neighborhoods around New York City, including Little Egypt, Little Bangladesh, and Little Palestine, but he left out Little Italy. The governing body of the capital of Yemen is the Houthis, and their slogan is Death to America. My first stop in Little Yemen was the Bronx Muslim American Society Mosque, which just got $1 million of taxpayer funds to build another location 10 times the size, all while being an arm of the Muslim Brotherhood. More on that later in this video.
Leaders at the center say the Muslim community is growing, and an expansion is long overdue.
So it says, ICE law enforcement may not enter without a judicial warrant by CARE, New York. No ICE or law enforcement, and yet they're taxpayer funded. Go figure. Well, I'm neither, so let's go in. This is the Islamic takeover of the Bronx. Welcome back to the Nate Friedman Show. I'm making a YouTube video about Little Yemen. Can I ask you a question for a video? It'll be fun.
But I'm not from Yemen.
That's fine. That's fine. I just about about the neighborhood, about the mosque. I'm just doing street interviews. Getting everybody's perspective. Could just ask you like a question or two. It'll be super fast. Okay? Yeah. All right. No, it's okay. We can do it here. I just came back from the UK. And someone said to me, Inshallah, Islam will take over the West. What is your thought on that? Would you like to see Islam take over the West?
Well, I pray for that.
You pray for that?
And
wonderful.
Inshallah, if it happened that way,
Yeah.
it's all gonna be good.
Yeah.
Because it's only one God. Right?
Yes.
So everybody must.
Yeah. And for when Islam takes over the West, would you like to see Sharia law be instilled?
Sharia law is like say Quran law. But if you say Sharia law, it's like something.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's like ooh, Sharia law. Right, but I read the Quran and I was wondering, one of the things it says in the Quran is that, a woman's testimony is worth half of a man's. Have you heard that? Like her, yeah. Okay. Would you like to see that be implemented into the laws in the United States?
Women's law, if it's implemented in the United States, I think it's also gonna help.
If Sharia law is implemented?
If Sharia law, the one you say Sharia law is...
Because that's part of Sharia law.
No,
yes, it is. It is.
It is.
Yeah.
But if you call it that way, people think different something.
Can you get the Quran out of my bag? It's in the main pocket. I'll ask you a question. So this is a Quran, yeah? Okay. So here's one. 434. And if you sense ill conduct from your women, advise them first. If they persist, do not share their beds. But if they still persist, then strike them. Is that something that you support? If your wife is acting up, that you can strike her?
If my wife is...
If your wife is, not acting correctly, she's not behaving herself, is it okay to strike her?
Well, you have to consult those who are ahead of you, like the imams, right?
Yes.
You talk to them, this is what is happening between me and my wife.
Okay.
So they will bring in the law of the Quran as is they said. In that way, they will...
So I'm just going to say this. The beautiful thing about America, and I know that we really can get on America about a lot of things, is the freedom of religion, right? So if you really look into how many religions are global, it's about 4,000 religions, right? Here in America, 5 of those 4,000 are like dominant, right? So you got Christianity, you got Islam. I want to say the Jewish, the ATRs are recognized. And so, but now when you want to try to force a religion on people is where the line should be drawn. America is America because of the freedoms that we do have. And religion, freedom of religion is one. I don't like the way that they are praying in the street and stuff. New York alone has about 500 mosques, and I thought it was considerably less. I see some weird shit happening, but then now they have this term called Islamophobia. But even with that term out there, they have to understand some things just aren't going to be acceptable, and it's not Islamophobia. It's a tradition of the place that you decided to migrate to. And so you need to adhere to things. Now, I don't like Ma'am Danny, not because he is Muslim, but because he's disrespectful to our ancestors. But when you're trying to force something on people and you're giving them all this funding and allocating certain places can have this, that, and the third, when we're still fighting for reparations, that's another issue. I'm just sick of it all, and everybody could go back to their country and practice the religion of their land. Honestly. Because here we have freedom of religion. You don't have to enforce anything on us. We can choose it whether we like it or not. So I just wanted to touch on that. Fair use.
This is tickling me. There was no announcement. No, hey, we're not. They just took it off. They just said, "Choop."
Boy, things change fast, don't they? If y'all remember, we had people hopping online telling us that Afro beats was taking over. Afro beats is taking over, nigga. It's taking over. It's taking over hip hop. It's taking over R&B. Hey man, nothing is validated until Black Americans validate it. You hear me? Nothing in this country is validated until Black Americans validate it. If you haven't heard, if you don't know by now, Afro beats, the category of best artist, has been removed from MTV. It was very short-lived. People got their awards. It didn't really last long, maybe 3-4 years, I think? Yeah, it's over, man. But you know what? I have the receipts for people who was talking all this mess about how Afro Beats is taking over, nigga. Afro Beats is taking over, nigga. We got the receipts. So, hip hop is here to stay. R&B is here to stay. Country music is here to stay. Rock and roll is here to stay. I mean, I can go on and on, man. I don't want to. I don't have to. Is this the beginning of the end for Afro beats? Y'all let me know, man. Shout out to the family.
So it's like grand opening, grand closing for Afrobeats, right? MTV has taken away that category. Now, can we get them out of our HBCUs with their African takeover days? Can we get them out of our Juneteenth celebrations? And for the love of God, get them off of our reparations hearings, right? So I don't know if Africans, like visibly from Africa, recent migrants or whatever, plants, if you want to call them that, are on other reparations commissions, but they were on, they made the executive director of New York a Ghanaian. A Ghanaian is sitting in that seat. However, public hearings are closed. They are expected to have their final proposal by 2027. And we're going to touch on that because what's circulating now is an organization called Afro Descendant Nation. And they were at our reparations hearings. They were at the so-called, I'm going to say, African American Day Parade. There are people who would like the name change, and I believe they are in talks with the commission now, of the African American Day Parade. And I did show y'all a video a long time ago of how that term came about. It came about in Peru, of all places, and the so-called Black American. And I'm saying so-called because we ain't do these people genealogy. We don't even know if they Black American, but they're making terms like Afro-descendant for everybody, right? And they went to Peru. They sat with Afro-Latinos. I want to say Colombian. And they came up with this term. So we already know it's a tethered term, it's a vulture term, it's a latch-on term. But now that video is not circulating. What's circulating is members of that organization sitting at the UN pleading a case to make Afro-descendant permanent and give them nationhood. So we're going to examine those in a few minutes, and then we'll get into how the Haitians identify in their nonprofits and everything that they have in places like New York and Miami. So, with that said, now, remember I told y'all the term Afrophobia? So, this is a Caribbean lady. And listen to what she's saying about Africans, right? Nigerians, to be specific. So, I want to know, are they going to call her out for being Afrophobic? The same way they was trying to call foundational Black Americans out. Fair use.
You have no culture, you have no this, you have no that, right? But I mean, even though, like, you talk about like Nigeria, like the word Nigeria is not something you guys invented. It's like after the World War, Britain like threw you guys scraps and called you niggeria, basically. Called you fucking niggeria.
A nigger area. That's what they called it.
nigger area.
That's what they called it.
And I'm like, wait, so you mean to tell me this is the shit? This is the, and then now that all this shit is cracked open, I'm just like, you mean to tell me this is the bullshit that you guys have been trying to wave over our fucking heads? Please. Niggeria?
Please.
Free Biafra!
Free Biafra, no. I love Nigerians to
I don't really love them as much as they want to be lovable.
Correct.
The culture, they have no culture.
They do. It's just very specific.
No, they have no culture.
Nigerian
Y'all
culture.
eating this.
Now, see, I don't know if I would have said they don't have no culture. I'm just saying their culture ain't ours. Like, we're not open defecating in the street. We're not eating all the day. Like, but, you know, when we say stuff, we just the big bad guys. When everybody else says something, I guess it's allowable. But look at this. I never knew this happened. They literally, and I believe these are Nigerians, literally have church services praying that they get accepted in the places they want to migrate to. Fair use. I think we got the picture, right? From those few seconds. But that was Ghana. So that wasn't Nigeria. That is Ghana. And I guess, and also later on in the program, we're going to get on, we're going to see how the Caribbean, Jamaicans to be exact, are very upset that the president of Ghana, okay, decided to visit Jamaica. They even went to the grave site of Marcus Garvey, or a landmark, maybe a landmark, or like some type of marker or something over there in Jamaica for Marcus Garvey. The same thing they came here and did at the Negro burial ground, they now have made it a world tour and are visited the island of Jamaica, and some Jamaicans were upset. I might play that like when I come live next time, because I want to show how the Ghanaians was really, really upset as those of us who protested the Ghanaian presence at our ancestors' burial grounds. And here go to Jamaica. I don't hear the African, but then again, I'm not in Pan-African spaces. And they're not going to come in our room and say something like that. This was a Brother Vic, okay? He's right here on YouTube, as well as TikTok. He went into a Caribbean live, and they were going off about the Ghanaian president. I tell you. So now, let me see. I want to give you just a little reminder of this lady, and then we'll get into the Afro Descendant organization and how they are making a play for us to identify as Afro descendant as opposed to African American or Black American, and what I believe their agenda is. And I'll let you be the judge on if you agree. Fair use.
I am Dr. Glennie King, also known as Dr. Akilo Mukaram, President of the Afro-Descendant Nation. And I respectfully support advancing the recognition of Afro-descendants as a distinct people with rights to self-determination, nationhood, and reparatory justice. Afro-descendants are not simply a demographic in a broader category. We are a people formed from forced displacement from Africa, chattel enslavement in the Americas, and the systematic erasure of language, culture, and identity. This history did not disperse a population, it produced a new people. Without precise recognition, Afro-descendants remain visible in discussion, but invisible in outcomes. The Afro-Descendant Nation recommends the following. 1, formally recognize Afro-descendants as a distinct people, utilizing the clear working definition previously presented to this forum. 2, acknowledge and advance the legal recognition of the deliberate erasure of mother tongue African languages and cultural destruction inflicted through chattel enslavement as ethnocide. 3, support inclusive Afro-descendant-led decision-making consultations facilitated in collaboration with the Afro-Descendant Nation as a credible partner and representative voice to develop a comprehensive reparations framework for Afro-descendant peoples, including land restitution and restoration of resources and institutions. 4, establish a dedicated mechanism within this forum to address Afro-descendant specific issues, ensuring sustained engagement with Afro-descendant peoples in advancing self-determination, nationhood through peaceful and internationally recognized processes. And 5, recommend that the United Nations establish a formal seat for the Afro-descendant nation.
Now, she said she was the president. I don't know her genealogy. I'm thinking she's not us. Because then if she is the president, who is this lady that made up the term? Fair use.
There were 70 million Brazilian Afro-descendants, twice our number. And at the end of the week, the name Afro-descendants was accepted by all of us. So that's how, and that is why Afro-descendants is used now by the United Nations. But it got started back at that one of those sessions that we had to start getting Afro-descendants on the books of the UN and give us some authority. So all y'all from the States, I don't want to hear nothing about, well, we didn't have no say-so in this, and we don't want to be called Afro-descendants. It's a little too late to complain about that now, because that decision was made. It was made in a democratic process. Definitions were written. My husband and I wrote out a definition that very same night. And Professor Bengoa announced to us, you're supposed to have a meeting down at a restaurant he named. We said, oh, really? About what? Oh, well, just be there for the dinner. So we were there for the dinner. And then there was the leader that represented the Cubans from the South, from the slavery diaspora, very strong-willed woman. And she was sitting with us. And we're looking at each other like, so what are we supposed to do? What's going on here? And then a United Nations interpreter sat down with us. And he had taken the definition that my husband and I put together, and Ida had put it into readable form. And we went line by line. And she listened. She was a tough woman, too. She listened, and she had this deadpan expression with the first line or so. Then we'd get into the second portion of it. Then we'd get in the third, the fourth, the fifth. It basically said, in essence, that we were the group of people that had been taken out of Africa by force, that we had been systematically raped all during the slavery period, and that we had, some of us, like the Garifunas, had been totally cut off from our African ancestry during the process of trying to make them into slaves. So we included all of that in the definition. And then when we got down to the end of it, her whole disposition had changed dramatically. She was smiling.
So she just told how they made up the word. I had that, hi Shani, I had that video for at least a year, and I think that video or how they went to Peru was a few years older than the length of time that I had it. So I was operating off of old information. Then I saw that lady there that I just showed where she was at the UN. But and she's saying she's the president. This lady made the term, but look at this lady today, or more recent than when the term was created, right? Fair use.
I give the floor to Harriet Abubakar.
My name is Harriet Abubakar Esquire, and I'm representing All for Reparations and Emancipation. I would be remiss in my duties if I did not point out this man sitting next to me, my husband, the Honorable Silas Muhammad. He is one of the causes of all of this in existence now. And why do I say this? Because he sent me to this body in the 1992 era and told me to get acquainted with the UN. I did, and when he gave an intervention, the first thing he did was get on the United Nations about leaving us as black people out of any recognition or real power in this organization. He said that we were in violation of the ICCPR Article 27, in that we did not really have human rights. He had to point that out to the United Nations. And they looked at him and they said, yes, we came here as slaves. We do not have a right to speak our mother tongue, a right to have our own religion. And because of that, you have left us out of international law. Please bring a way to put us back on stage of the world. And this nation, this organization did that. I'm running out of time. I want to thank the United Nations for giving us seminars and to making the PFPAD. Thank you.
I thank you for your remarks.
Now, we do know Ghana just went to the UN. They were told no. Now, these videos are circulating. One date I recall from the first lady who spoke and said that she was the president, not the one who created the term. That date was 2024. So they've been trying to, get us to identify as Afro-descendant for a while. Now, remember the lady who said her and her husband created the term? She's a lawyer, so I see why she's not the president. She's probably their legal counsel. She said we didn't have a say in it. It's too late now. But at the last, and we don't like the name, African American Day Parade, the flyers, when I got home and I really looked at the flyers, it said, go to this website and declare yourself Afro-descendant, right? So that shows that it's not something that's mandatory for us. So far, we don't have to worry about it, but look at where they're sitting. The UN really could tell America whatever it is they want, and America's not going to listen because they already told America that they owe us, foundational Black Americans, reparations. We ain't get reparations yet, and we got a half-assed apology because that was one of the proposals or points that the UN had stated. So I'm telling everybody, please talk to your elders, your youth, why they shouldn't declare themselves Afro-descendant. And I'm going to show you some clips from the New York State reparations hearing, not where these two ladies joined actually, but members of their organization or people who really believe in that term and decided to come to the reparations hearings, just so that y'all can get an idea that it may sound like they're talking about Black Americans, but it's basically for everybody. As you can see, they went internationally and got it solidified as the term. So, and the first person I'm going to show, though, because it was at the same public hearing, is Brother Melrose Radio. So, fair use.
Grandparents immigrated from somewhere. Please raise your hand. Anyone on the commission, ma'am, raise your hand, please. Immigrated, came from somewhere else. No, ma'am, don't project that onto me. Pardon me, quiet, please. You're taking up my time. Pardon me. So, ma'am, raise your hand, please. All right, so we have one lady that's part of the commission that for some reason is ashamed of her heritage. And that's, ma'am. Reparations isn't a remedy for racism. Reparations is a debt that's owed from slavery. Reparations is more than a check. But the very first thing it is a check. And that goes to the living descendant survivors of slavery here in what we now call the United States of America. I need you commissioners to have the same energy for us, for our lineage, that you have for these illegals that come over here with $0 in their pocket, no shoes on their feet, and then within 24 hours, they got Jordans, the newest cell phone with the watch to match. So I need you to have the same energy for us because you don't have them doing a million studies and commissions all over the city and state. You don't have studies and commission all over the city and state when it's time to give millions, billions, and trillions to Israel. Netanyahu, he's setting up drones. My man right here, he got a drone. But Netanyahu, he has guns and bombs on the drones, and they're killing people out there. Y'all don't have studies and commissions when it comes to send money to Netanyahu. Y'all don't have studies and commissions when it comes to send money to Ukraine and all this other stuff. So stop playing with our money. Get us our money. And if the language isn't right, everyone get one of these papers.
To log on to Afro-descendant identity for us, and that identity is Afro-descendant. This identity has given us the right to self-determination. We're no longer known as Negroes, colored people, Black Americans, or African Americans. If we accept the term African American, when we get reparations, and we will get it, then that term African American opened up the door for anybody coming from Africa. If they were born in Africa as a Chinese, as a Japanese, they can come right over here and become American citizens and claim to be African American. There's nothing we can do about it. but the name Afro-descendant.
Thank you. Thank you. You can continue your testimony.
Because once every black man, woman, and child declares themselves Afro-descendant, we will be recognized as a nation within a nation. And we can then sue every nation that benefited from the 400 plus years of chattel slavery that our ancestors endured, and we're still suffering the lingering effects of.
The commission that for some reason is a
So I meant to pause it and then jump back to the beginning, but when she said we get to sue every nation that benefited from, I don't think she knows that we're going to sue Africa because they just doing too much, right? And they still have remnants, right, of the slave trade over there, the transatlantic slave trade. They still have rampant slavery going on over there on that continent. And I think it's kind of diabolical that we consider them to be a part of whatever it is that we have going on. And that's not we in the foundational Black American sense. But let's take the Pan-Africans, right? Let's take the people who believe in global flat blackness and seeing Africa rise again and stuff. In order for Africa to rise, they have to take accountability without wanting repair with us. That's diabolical in itself. They have to really address what they're doing with the money from what's that, Almina Castle? Benin is making a slavery theme park. They have to stop the actual slavery that's still going on. Nobody wants them return home programs, or we would have went there. I am of the belief that those who resonate with Africa took their ass over there to Africa. We have like 20,000 Black Americans in South Africa. My numbers might be a little skewed. We have people that physically went to Ghana to help. They were unalived, right? So true Pan-Africans that want to make a difference get their ass up and go over there to the continent of Africa. We do understand that Brazil got the most. America got the second least amount of captives from the continent. And at this point, they just playing in our face. They're playing in our face. And they're telling us it's mandatory, but then we realize it's not really mandatory, but they're going up there as if they speak for everybody, and that's not fair. We need some countermeasures because they sitting at the UN. Now, even though America will not listen to the UN, there are benefits of going to the UN and getting our grievances on record. So I'm going to continue with it because there are other people who will be speaking and y'all need to hear this. I'm going to also drop the actual link if you want to watch the whole reparations hearing, then you could watch that too. They have more of us. I didn't clip us besides Brother Mike because I like what he said. I like what everybody said, but I said, let me pick him because he was like, almost went viral for it and shit. But back on track, you could see everything and how it played out and how the commission was acting to them. And you could see these people's reaction to when he said, did your family immigrate here from anywhere? So it's very interesting to say the least, but I want y'all to see what their agenda truly is because their videos are now circulating on TikTok. That's what I wanted to say. If you go to afrodescendant.org on TikTok or Afrodescendant, their page should come up. Be sure to look through the videos so that you could get the gist of what they're trying to do yourself. They even took the term ethnocide, okay? And they are appropriating our ethnocide. They have somebody saying he's an African American and this and that and the third are ethnociding us. But he was talking about it from a global flat blackness point of view. It was just weird. Fair use. I'm going to go back to the video. Fair use.
Named of her heritage.
Woman and child declares themselves Afro-descendant, we will be recognized as a nation within a nation. And we can then sue every nation that benefited from the 400 plus years of chattel slavery that our ancestors endured, and we're still suffering the lingering effects of. I advise every black person here today to log on to afrodescendant.org and see what qualifies you as an Afro-descendant, and then declare yourself Afro-descendant. Let's get off of this hamster wheel of proposed bills that's been in Congress for over 30 years to no avail, for remedies for a problem we already have the solution to.
That's right. Thank you.
From the year 1998 through 2002, a man named Silas Muhammad and his wife Harriet Muhammad would travel back and forth to the United Nations.
Okay, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you.
Working to establish an identity for black people in America. Silas Muhammad, Harriet Muhammad, along with other delegates, gave Afro-descendant definition.
B1, Angelisa, I'm sorry, B1.
Defining the term gave power to it. So today we offer to you African Americans, black people, a just people, your new global identity, Afro-descendant. A name for us, by us, and given a definition by us as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Guys, if I mispronounce your name, so Naeem Yakuda, I'm so sorry, but help me with the pronunciation. Say it again.
My name is Naeem Al-Luqda.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
I apologize.
Commissioner for doing the great work that you're doing. Excuse me. Been talking all day. My name is Naeem Al-Luqda, and I do reside in Brooklyn, New York at this time. The term Afro-descendant refers to people who descended from people who were, 1, forcibly dispossessed of their homeland, Africa, 2, were transported to the Americas and slave diaspora for the purpose of enslavement, 3, was subject to slavery, 4, was subject to forced mixed breeding and rape, 5, has experienced through force the loss of mother tongue, culture, and religion, 6, have experienced racial discrimination due to the lost ties from their original identity. Enslaved people generated immense wealth for the U.S. economy, more than was invested in the railroads and the factories in the 1880s. Yet their descendants received none of that benefits. After slavery, policies like the Jim Crow laws, redlining, and discriminatory education and the criminal justice system continue to suppress economic mobility even today. The United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights has accepted the term Afro-descendants from Silas Muhammad and black leaders from 19 countries from Central through South America from the time of 2001 to 2006. The UN has helped us identify to our new global identity of Afro-descendant. We have established our own constitution, our own legislative, executive, and judicial branch of the Afro-descendant nation. Silas Muhammad has made many oral statements before the Commission on Human Rights from August 1998 through 2006 to restore our human rights. As stated in Article 27 of the ICCPR in the UN, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which the United States has ratified, the United States government has ratified. I can leave information behind to go to the website of the afrodescendant.org for more information regarding reparations.
Please Google afrodescendant.org or Afro-Descendant Nation. It's very important. Now, I was going to give you some history about the Afro-Descendant Nation, but after what my sister to the left stated, I decided to change what I was about to say. Number 1, reparations was paid to the descendants of slaves already, but it was reneged. Yes, 40 acres and a mule was paid to us. However, after Lincoln was assassinated. Look it up.
We're gonna let him finish, please. Let's keep a respectful environment.
Field Order Number 15 by William Tecumseh Sherman under President Lincoln. After Lincoln was assassinated, they took the land back. Okay? Number one, I'm glad to be here.
Can you repeat your name for us?
Kwahir.
Kwahir, thank you.
I'd like to say a couple of things, but first I'd like to remind everyone to please Google Afrodescended.org or Afro-Descended Nation. It's very important. Now, I was going to give you some history about the Afro-Descended Nation, but after what my sister to the left stated, I decided to change what I was about to say. Number one, reparations was paid to the descendants of slaves already, but it was reneged. Yes, 40 acres and a mule was paid to us. However, after Lincoln was assassinated, look it up.
We're gonna let him finish, please. Let's keep a respectful environment.
Field Order Number 15 by William Tecumseh Sherman under President Lincoln. After Lincoln was assassinated, they took the land back. Okay? Number one, give us back that land. Number two, give us machinery or whatever we need to till the soil. Give us money, go whatever we decide we want. Now, I noticed there's some kind of it's a little tension here, and I understand. I've been fighting for reparations since 1991. In 1992, I knew that I was not going to get reparations from America because I'm from Haiti, but I fought harder because
we now call the United States of America.
That's almost the end. But did you hear how he said reparations was paid out? They gave us the land, so give us the land back. Give us the machinery to till the land. Then he says he's been fighting for reparations since 1991 or 92, and that he knows he's not going to get the reparations from America because he's from France. So why did he say we? They gave us the land. They took the land back. Now give us back the land. Like this be the dumb shit that they be doing. This be the word play and semantics. I believe, right? Because I'm not in his head, that when he first started saying reparations is paid out, and you hear our people back there like, huh? What? Huh? You know, he slips in that he's Haitian. Meanwhile, they probably already understood he was not of the lineage because he has an accent. But these are the games that they play. I'm gonna let the rest play out. I gotta fast forward it back to his part, y'all. But do y'all see that? Fair use.
America.
Look it up.
We're gonna let him finish, please. Let's keep a respectful environment.
Field Order Number 15 by William Tecumseh Sherman under President Lincoln. After Lincoln was assassinated, they took the land back. Okay? Number one, give us back that land. Number two, give us machinery or whatever we need to till the soil. Give us money, go whatever we decide we want. Now, I noticed there's some kind of it's a little tension here, and I understand. I've been fighting for reparations since 1991. In 1992, I knew that I was not going to get reparations from America because I'm from Haiti, but I fought harder. Because I know once America pays reparations to the slaves here, and it will happen, I will get my reparations from France. So there shouldn't be no disunity here. Okay? Afro-descendant means that we all are united. And if you count the Afro-descendants, it's about 250 million of us. Imagine 250 million black people standing together. Once America pays reparations, France will pay reparations, Portugal will pay reparations, all of them will pay reparations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kwahir.
I put the YouTube link and they're telling me an error occurred on YouTube. This is usually temporary. Wait a moment, then try again. But if you could see the title, just in case you have wanted to view the hearing in its entirety, don't forget that Baltimore and Jersey are starting up their commissions, right? And these are the things that y'all should be on the lookout for. The wordplay, the organizations that come up and introduce new things, like y'all got to watch it all, right? And I did say one way they are beating us out is through their nonprofit organization. So Afrodescendant.org is an organization that has probably gotten a lot of steam beneath their wings, right? Because they are a Pan-African type of organization. So if you're interested in learning how to set up a nonprofit, I can give you some tips and stuff. I do expect you to do your own due diligence, but I'm here to help as long as it's lineage first. See, they're going global. Global erases us. If you take anything from New York, our heavy Pan African culture, even though it is thinning out here, the organizations that's been combating the ethnocide that we're going through. The only one I really, really know is the U.S. Freedmen's Project, like by name. Sister Keisha is thorough. Black Talk Worldview. She's very active as well. There have been other people who've come up and identified as foundational Black American. I do not remember their organization's name, if they even have one, right? They could just be descendants who want their voice heard. There have been, Dr. Camilla Moore has come. She's from Cali. She spoke and had a hand in California reparations. She came, another brother from California came, and everybody was emphasizing lineage based for foundational Black Americans, okay? So y'all have to stay active, even if it's by virtual or by written, right? If you can't make everyone. So, or support the ones who make every hearing. I just kind of want to show you this because those videos were circulating and then it triggered my memory that the Haitians stood up. And this is a piece of his testimony that I did not see, but I remember him saying, I think he did say it. It's good if we identify as Afro descendant because I'm Haitian. So I'm not saying I'm Haitian because somebody will clip this and be like, BX is Haitian. No, I'm not. I'm repeating what the man has said. But these are the games that they played, and even a commissioner who's not shown in this clip was sitting at the CARICOM hearing right here on YouTube, okay, talking about he's representing the African Americans. Now, they kind of want to feed into our need to identify ourselves, but they came up with a term that's even worse than African American, and that's Afro descendant, because there is no distinction, or we can't even argue a distinction between us and these other folks who are liberated when they get to Western countries, right? Here in the United States of America, we see all the benefits and resources that they're getting to the point where I argue they paid themselves reparations. Now they hear in our reparations hearings, and I just find that horrible that they are so greedy. And we are catching up nicely. Delineation is doing what needs to be done, but it is so exhausting, frustrating, and annoying because of the disrespect that we face from other people. Those people were professional. They weren't over here talking about our ancestors came in chains, like really disrespectful, like they are on TikTok. But it's a whole culmination of things. It's like living in a pressure cooker. And then, I have to take accountability for whatever role I played in how New York is turning out today. But by God, dog, I know they were systemically harming us. A fight in the community is a fight in the community, but that mindset of whatever it was, whatever aggression that they showed in the street is in our government. And I don't understand how our own folks of the lineage can have this type of pan-African ideology, even when it comes to politics, when they know those other folks are getting things specifically for themselves. So this is another reason why I say sitting on the couch will not work for sanctuary cities, okay, for midterms. Now, I can't tell you who to vote for, but I could give you the information. And anybody who's using a broader Black American, Black or Black Black community or African American term to create their policies, they're really not good for foundational Black Americans, and neither are the progressives. They're just not. The things that they are advocating for totally goes against our preservation of our history and our culture. So I just want to put that out there. We can go back to part 2 of how Haitians identify. Yes, it's very wrong, Shani. It's very, very wrong. It's inconsiderate, it's selfish, and I understand that it looks like they're winning for now because of the things they were able to get put in place. Their word is seen as law for all of our lineage. However, I think the fact that since we can Google ourselves, and this may sound really, really like not a high bar, right? But the fact that we can Google foundational Black Americans and exactly who we are, what the term, the ethnonym, the nomenclature, if you want to say, means is a good start, right? We're being recognized. ABC, although they pulled the Black History segment of it, we were recognized on mainstream media. We have some white folks, and I know we don't really care what they say, but they're not understanding the point of what it means to be foundational to the United States of America, to the point where some of them are now saying foundational. Some of them are telling their immigrant class, if your family has not been in this country for a certain amount of time, you are a guest here. Like, you shouldn't be allowed to vote. So we are changing things slowly but surely. I just hope we hurry up and catch full steam. But I'm going to go to the resource. We're going back to the Haitians and how they identify and so on and so forth. Fair use.
Migrant enrichment initiatives focus on immediate stabilization, language support, and integration for non-permanent or recently arrived movers. An immigrant holds permanent legal status to settle indefinitely, whereas a migrant moves temporarily or without fixed permanent status. First-generation Haitians born on U.S. soil are native-born U.S. citizens and are generally ineligible for migrant-specific state enrichment programs, though they may access secondary diaspora programs funded by private foundations. Migrant enrichment initiatives in New York and Florida. New York City Immigrant Opportunities Initiative, IOI, municipal funding allocated through the NYC Human Resources Administration, HRA, to community organizations for legal representation, English classes, and job skills for recently arrived migrants. NYS Access to Representation Act, ERA funding, state-funded initiatives providing legal defense, language translation, Creole, and temporary community navigation for asylum seekers and recent arrivals. Miami-Dade County Refugee and Entrant Program initiatives. Florida state and county administered grant programs using Federal Office of Refugee Resettlement, ORR, funds for vocational training, health navigation, and transitional housing for recently arrived Haitian entrants. The Children's Trust Youth Enrichment Grants, Florida. Local tax-funded grants awarded to Haitian-led nonprofits such as Saint La to run after-school academic enrichment, health literacy, and bilingual socialization tailored to newly arrived families. Difference between a migrant and an immigrant. Migrant. An individual who moves from one place to another, often across international borders, on a temporary, seasonal, or conditional basis. In official policy contexts, migrant includes asylum seekers, seasonal agricultural workers, temporary protected status, TPS holders, or recent undocumented arrivals who do not yet possess permanent legal residence. Immigrant, an individual who moves to a foreign country with the intent, legal permission, or permanent status to reside there indefinitely, such as a lawful permanent resident/green card holder or naturalized citizen. Ineligibility of first-generation U.S.-born Haitians. Statutory exclusion from migrant funds. Children.
So I paused it because I didn't want to get past the point of the first and second generations not being included in the migrant enrichment incentives of certain nonprofits and things of that nature. And they went to saying they can benefit from private foundations who donate, and that's me paraphrasing the information. I want everybody to know that if you're Foundational Black American, my nonprofit is up and running. I have it to where, okay, I filled out the necessary paperwork, there's paperwork involved, where if you make a contribution to my nonprofit, right, you can write that off on your federal taxes, just to put that out there. I won't be asking for donations until maybe another 2 to 3 weeks. And that's after I consult with my treasurer, who is an accountant, by the way, okay? That's why you don't see her online. Very busy lady, but we know and love her. See how that works? To find out how exactly that process is gonna go. So, when I say we gatekeep the wrong things, and when people say Foundational Black Americans are a HATE group, that we're a cult, that we don't do no work, that we don't know anything, what else they say about us? There's a structure to how we should do the work. So Foundational Black Americans are not a hate group, a cult, or an organization, but Foundational Black Americans are allowed under law to open nonprofits that serve as cultural preservation, charities, educational and religious entities, right? So mine is designed as an ethics oversight, a cultural preservation. I told y'all about the work that I just did that uncovered for me and those who heard it for the first time, the first Black church in the borough of the Bronx. And that there was a grave site there at one time, but the bodies were exhumed, reinterred at another cemetery, and there's conflicting information there. And that today an Asian market sits on it, and there are organizations looking to get at least a plaque put there so that people who walk in the area of the Bronx knows that at one point in time, Foundational Black American ancestors were there. And their final resting place was disturbed. So, when people accuse us of not doing the work and being an organization, they're wrong. There are some of us that see a need and we jump into action. And when I say mental or Negro telepathy, I started the work before I found out that places like in Virginia were fighting or advocating to have data centers excluded from being built in certain places. This is the only thing I agree with the progressives like hold true right now, the Democrats, with the data centers. Because 9 times out of 10, if they're not in New York State or city, or even if they are here, they are looking at our ancestral burial grounds to redevelop. And I see Arthur Watkins, shout out to him for the work that he's doing to try to assist the ladies. This is what I mean by Negro telepathy. We do not sit in meetings and say, okay, next, we're going to do, we just do, and sometimes the work aligns perfectly. But I told you the people in the Bronx who I had to contact and the National Parks Department were very kind and, open to giving me information and resources. There was only one person who was just really cold, one sentence, and that was it. So yeah, if you make a donation to my nonprofit organization, you do get a receipt and you can use it to file, for when you file your federal taxes, and I won't start accepting donations to maybe around 2 weeks. I just have to have a meeting with my treasurer to go over the exact paperwork. But I've been approved. And it's our organization because I will be doing the work for the lineage, and we're touching on a multitude of things. So I really don't like being called a hate group or a cult when everything we do is a response based off of research and, interaction with the melanated folks. So yeah, we gatekeep the wrong things. I agree strategy shouldn't be talked about in the open. That's why we're going to have Back Chat Productions pretty soon. But I'm finalizing some other things and some other work and some other projects. I will also be stepping into the film arena. Okay? Doing documentaries and stuff. Because I do have my own website. I am an independent journalist, if y'all didn't know. But I have no desire to write right now. I'm just like exhausted, catching up on rest. And shout out to Afroleak, because I be going through it. And he be like, I understand burnout, BX, get some rest, and poor Afro. And then the thing be, TikTok been acting up lately, and sometimes he can't even put me up, and I be like, oh my God, Afro, you just was trying to monitor what I was going to say, because the topic, I might go off. He's so calm, I swear to goodness. But I am grateful for him. On TikTok, I am his day one moderator, his head moderator. I see moderators come and go. But yeah, shout out to Afro Elite for understanding burnout, because Auntie is burnt out, but I'm still working. So when I say I'm coming live and I don't come live, that means I finally ate something and fell asleep, y'all. I'm just burnt out. I'm losing loved ones, friends from TikTok, friends from Facebook, social media friends who have become like family, even if we don't meet. I have friends from my past who are part Caribbean and think that joking about the Caribbean is what I want to hear in life today. It's actually not. And when you are not living in New York and you live in a place that's still predominantly us, then you don't see things my way or fully get it. So I be kind of distant. But one thing that keeps me grounded is genealogy. I did tell you I am certified. I got my certification in May. However, to say is, I haven't really did the research, but what I'm noticing, about this part here, I'm about to say, Trump is making like arrangements for those being deported from the United States to go to other countries. You don't even have to go back to your national place of origin. I'm sorry, I made this resource a few days ago and I was just so chatty. And I thought I erased that part, but I actually didn't. So I kind of fast forwarded it. I'm out of my feelings, y'all. But what I said is true. About the nonprofit, about the Negro telepathy. Nonprofits is how they're beating us out. One way of how they're beating us out in New York. And I realized that from the Haitian Town Hall call, where there was a lot of nonprofits, and I've realized that sitting in certain meetings throughout New York. So yeah, when I say that we need some nonprofits, we do. And as you can see from the Afro-descendant people, we do need them, because some of them will get steam behind them and be deemed as credible, so they get in spaces that we may not be able to get in if it's just ourselves by our lonesome. Does that make sense, y'all? So, thank you, Shani, for the super sticker. Um, So, and a nonprofit is a big deal, right? Because it's a lot of paperwork involved, and it's a lot of campaigning, and it's a lot of networking and stuff. So, if you can't do that, proposing ideas to somebody you trust who has one, and then you collaborate with them as an individual is another way to go. But we have so many areas that we have to combat at this time. Our grave sites are being disturbed. So, and this may be cliche because I get this from New York's mass transit, right? If you see something, say something so that all hands could be on deck, right? Because where I lack in information, I like networking with people who are more experienced and more educated than me. And I'm an Aquarius, so I'm trying to combat that I know it all thing that Aquarians have with themselves. I'm doing pretty good, I gotta tell you. But so now we get back to the Haitians and how they identify the things that they have specifically for them, what their first and second generations benefit from. They can't benefit for anything for like a refugee or whatever, asylum seeker. But if their parents are two immigrants, no foundational in the mix, then they are benefiting through their parents because they will have resources for the children. We also go into this resource will also go into the politicians who are up for reelection, the type of policies that they get just specifically for the Haitians. And all this happened because Miss Bobblehead was over there lying about our history. And she's Haitian, talking about she's proud to be Haitian. She has Haitian tattooed on her neck. And I thought she meant Wall Street, that we kicked off the economy for. But I was on TikTok and saw tethers of TikToks, a video, and she was talking about Black Wall Street. So what the Haitians will never tell you, right, is that in 1914, they always want to say America rushed in and stole their gold. But they will admit, even in their constitution, that the Germans and the Polish were their allies. The Germans weren't our allies. And the deal that they made with the Germans, that wasn't their gold anyway. They'll never tell you the backdoor shit that they did. I didn't hear that lady say they occupied the Dominican Republic for 22 years. Did y'all hear her say anything about that? They never say that. They said, oh, we help everybody get their independence. But then they turned around and tried to force, and the resources try to be nice, force the Dominicans into laboring for them. Anything forced is a form of slavery. What are we talking about? And the Dominicans fought them. And so when it comes to the Dominicans and Haitians from the outside, we may be looking at them like, them Dominicans, they really, really are racist, right? They just don't like the Haitians. But for them, it's ancestral. I don't know why the Dominicans be acting funny with foundational Black Americans, but they got to work through that anti-Blackness they have when it comes to us. For them and the Haitians, that's ancestral for them because of what Haiti did to them. But they'll never say that. So no, the gold did not start Black Wall Street. That was actually us. And that's why we here trying to figure out, well, not figure out because the resources are showing us everything they get. Oh, because she's also saying, give us all our money back. What money? That wasn't your money to begin with. You made a deal with Germany. And everything over here, we all pay taxes, honey. Yeah, they better start researching RICO charges, because them people ain't getting their money back. If you was here on TPS and TPS has ended and you decide not to self-deport and you know you have no valuable options, aren't you here illegally at that point? You think criminals get to hold on to all their assets or get a refund back? I don't even know if they could file taxes. I know they can't vote if they committed a felony in some states. And I don't know why the Haitians are doing that, but not telling France, right? You know what it is? We've been too kind to them. You are literally in our land telling our government you're not leaving unless you get your tax money back. But last time I checked, it was France that bankrupted y'all. I ain't hear y'all tell them to give you your money back yet. So they know they're not getting reparations. The only thing they're going to get is a refund. If that, from France. So now we here and we got to dig into their backyard. And I'm going to continue. Fair use, y'all. You're just getting up out the country. So each administration, and y'all never tell when the Democrats come up with something that a Republican is using. Y'all better start realizing it's the same bird with two different wings. They will use each other's frameworks. They might add their little twist to it, Honey. But just because Bill Clinton was playing a saxophone, just because he has allegedly a black child, does not mean that Clinton is black. And he did implement the expedited removal legal framework that's still in use and was in use with presidents after him, which includes Trump. So you're welcome. Okay. Back to the resource, fair use.
ICE enforcement activity in NY and Miami 2026. Regional court densities. Federal data lists Miami-Dade County, Florida, as the top jurisdiction in the nation for pending deportation proceedings, 137,373 active court cases, with Queens County, NY.
I want to clear up the expedited removal because I think I forwarded it too much. I don't know. They keep thinking they have due rights or due process here in America, and that Trump is just trying to kick him out and he doesn't have the power to. So when I mentioned Clinton, right? Clinton is a Democrat. He is the one who implemented expedited removal, like a form of immigration reform, was expedited removal. And I believe it was him and Barbara Jordan. And Sister Wolfie from TikTok is the one who told me about Barbara Jordan and the work that she did with Clinton. So I got to tell everybody, even Obama used something from expedited removal. Every president after Clinton, they never took expedited removal off the books. They've added their little spin to it, maybe. But this ain't nothing new for America. When America is ready to get rid of the immigrants or certain immigrants, they do. And they are within their legal power to do so. It's called expedited removal. How you came in this country can depend on how you go out. And I think America has been very nice to the Haitians by allowing them time, extensions, resources that we don't get. It was some they were locked out of, I think, like SNAP or something like that. But I don't get SNAP. So it's like, I don't care if you get it or not. Well, yeah, I do care if you get it because I can't get it. Fuck. And I've paid taxes longer than you've been in this country because you've only been in this country about 16 years. So I don't even understand who said give them back their tax money. If you commit a crime, you forfeit those taxes. You lived here, right? Those taxes are a base for your foreign aid that Haiti is still getting. You're not getting no taxes. We send Haiti foreign aid. And shout out to Jazzy Uncensored. She broke down how much America sends Haiti. And it's in the billions. So I don't know where they're coming from with all this. They got some big imaginations. Fair use.
NY and Kings County, NY, holding over 185,000 active removal dockets combined. Targeted populations, enforcement operations overseen by ICE field offices in Miami and New York actively execute judicial warrants targeting foreign nationals, specifically Mexican, Dominican, Jamaican, and Haitian non-citizens who have outstanding removal orders, criminal convictions, or revoked status. Sources: Transactional Records Access Clearinghouse, Track Immigration, Immigration Court Backlog and Removal Orders by County and Nationality, June 2026 data. U.S. Department of Justice, DOJ, Civil denaturalization complaints filed in U.S. district courts against foreign-born citizens, June 2026 bulletins. ReliefWeb/UN High Commissioner for Refugees, Forced Returns and Deportation Tracking to Haiti and the Caribbean. Library of Congress/California State Archives, Apology Act for the 1930s Mexican Repatriation Program and Historical Census Analysis.
Now, I can't tell you who to vote for, but I can tell you the importance of voting, especially this midterm election, which leads me to this. If we're truly about America first, right? This has nothing to, well, yeah, kind of, but listen, if we're truly America first, I'm looking at all the progressives who are worse than the liberals. If you ask me, they could be one and the same. They are winning their primaries. They are unseating incumbents. These are the people that got their mouths on places like Alabama in the South. So they, and some are on the West Coast or in the South already, the progressives. They want to abolish borders, defund the police, the majority of them, because not all. And so they don't want immigration enforcement, which means they want to abolish ICE to a certain extent. But they want immigrant services, like just F everything. Let all the immigrants in, even if they have criminal history. And it was Obama that removed the medical part or the medical ban for certain diseases to come into this country. There's only one demographic that's really harmed by a lot of the things that's going on, and that's the foundational Black American community. There are some legal or naturalized immigrants who agree with foundational Black Americans to an extent. They want immigration reform in a more controlled way. That's why the Latinos voted for Trump the most. We do know that there was Haitians for Trump, and now their people are being deported. And everybody who took a picture or made a song about Trump, their people are getting deported and stuff. So I said, lesson of the day, moral of my story is, Black Americans, don't you go taking no pictures with Trump. They can't get rid of us, y'all. They can't. Foundational Black Americans, but as you can see, if you have two immigrant parents, you ain't safe. So I want to say this to everybody. There was talks before about delineating from the bedroom. If you've been married to your wife or husband for decades and shit, I don't suggest you break up your marriage unless they're not a writer, they don't understand what's going on, and it's causing problems within your home. But I got to be in agreement with those who say delineate from the bedroom. Nothing for these other folks are safe, and I got to tell you, that causes an element of single motherhood or single parenthood, right? Because there are Black American men who do have bi-ethnic children. I'm the only one getting beat up on these panels for having bi-ethnic children. But my children are grown. They are finally thriving. They're understanding the difference in how one side of their family gets treated from the other side. And they are old enough to make their own decisions. I do give them guidance. We do talk about things. I am so amazed by my oldest son's maturity and a lot of things. He says he did not learn from me. He learned it by observation, talking to them, and I got to understand he has this whole other side. So whereas I'm looking at Dominicans like, anti-Black American Dominicans actually don't like Haitians or Black Americans, but they like Jamaicans. So it's natural for his sibling to have a Dominican friend. This is what I was told. And I kind of see it exhibited on this here app. And I'm saying all of that to say this. Nobody is safe in America. I really don't care about people being deported. They can't stay here and continue the way that they have been continuing with locking us out. We do face violence from the gangs. The Jamaican Showers Posse did not start on USA soil. It started in Jamaica, right? So they came here with an element of gang life. Now the Zopound, they saying, started in the 1990s over here, but we do understand that gangs run rampant over there in Haiti, so I can't confirm or deny that, but that's what the resources show. What I'm trying to say is this. Deportation has been a part of the fabric of the USA. This time around, due to Biden and Harris' last legal invasion, allowing them in our countries and dumping them into our areas has caused harm to the foundational Black Americans, and none of their representatives are speaking about the gang elements, right, that impact our communities. And I wish they'd be more transparent about it, because if you search our government, you'll see they have bills. Okay, and the Dominicans have their own gangs, the Venezuelans and all those other people. We know the Mexicans do. And so they have bills actually that that's supposed to act as a countermeasure to get it under control. But guess what? Under control in their countries, that comes from our public tax dollars. We do want their crime control because they are migrating here and becoming our crime and dumped into our statistics unless they're Latino, right? They have their own database, but some of them run around here talking about they black Latinos. So I'm not going to do too much more monologuing or providing insight. I'm just here to give you the information. So I can't tell you who to vote for. I can tell you this is a very pivotal time for us to get up off the sofa and vote. I can tell you that progressives are way harmful because they want to cause an inversion. What is an inversion? What is the Trojan horse, y'all? How did Rome fall? And nobody loves America except for patriots. And I also argue there's two types of patriotism. There's white patriotism, there's black American patriotism. Right? Now, black Americans don't all have the same mindset. So you will find some who are proudly wave the American flag, the Black American Heritage flag, the days of the RBG flag are gone. That's just over. That's just the ride. We are America first. We can find our ancestors buried in the US of A, not the continent of Africa. And so we're not going to skip over 500 years of history here for people who come here with elements of gang, who come here and view us as competition and as early as redlining, have locked us out of key industries such as home ownership, who are locking us out of construction jobs in Harlem. I find Pan-Africanism now to be a form of indoctrination. So same Pan-Africans have this job, that job. They're giving up their time, this, that, and the third. When I look at their countries aren't thriving. They have no control over their own resources because they migrated so much off of those islands or refuse to go back to those islands unless they are dead and toe tagged and being shipped back there to be buried. So they don't eat. They know this ain't their land. They ship their bodies back to them islands. And them African nations and even Middle Easterners will send their bodies back to their homelands. They come here, they say they need help, asylum, refuge, and they wave flags to those places they don't want to go back to while visiting those places sporadically throughout their tenure here. Tenure, I don't think that word fits, but their time here, crying how it's so unsafe. Even Cubans are losing certain protections, as they should. Now, I don't agree with bullying them for resources or putting our Navy bases out there. Well, I forgot what's over there, Navy or something. However, in the grand scheme of things, with the gang elements that they have, Venezuela have gangs, Jamaicans have gangs, Haitians have gangs. It could be a form of protection for the innocent over there on them islands. And Africa is just a mess, y'all. They the ones that got us into all of this, if you believe the Out of Africa theory, the transatlantic slave trade happened, and that you may have descendancy from the continent. They the ones that got into bed with the European. Some of them were the getaway drivers over there, right? Namely from the Ivory Coast. So I don't agree with taking their resources, but I do agree with protecting America's interests, meaning our borders, protecting innocent people. There are special needs and elderlies on those islands that have to be uprooted because so many, and I'm talking about Jamaica, so many Jamaicans have left the island. There was a St. Thomasian who came to a panel and was telling us that her mother's in Florida and the only reason why they left St. Thomas is because their health care is inadequate and she'd do anything to save her mother. So those are some of the conditions that the islands have. Some islanders don't want to come here and get on our nerves, but they have to come here. Why? They've been drained. Do you know people from Jamaica will stop nursing to become dance hall queens and jump off speakers boxes because sex sells? These are things you can find on the internet that they say. I ain't making this shit up. So when you say that people are over here and they come here, they work so much harder than us, and they give all their time and attention to this community because they grew up here, they failed in life. They are serving to indoctrinate us that we all going to beat white supremacy. How could we beat white supremacy if you over here neglecting your homeland? First generationists can really go back to them islands. If you watch the Jamaica Rising Parade, the man was tired. He said, you know what? If you have 2 Jamaican parents and you were born in Brooklyn, you're still a Jamaican. And I'm going to concur. And if the bi-ethnics are off code, guess what? Take them too. Because I got one to send with y'all. Nah, I'm joking. My daughter trolled me the other day. I was talking about her liver conditions. We were talking and stuff. And she was like, you know, Ma, I'm going to just go live in Jamaica. And I was like, oh. Whoa. I said, okay. Go ahead. All right. I didn't really know how to take it. I really think she was trolling me. I think my children are trolls in real life. I think some of them people that be in the comment section, they be having the energy of my children. But I want to say this. If you are Black American and you don't want to pull back from the islands, we have Black American resorts that you could go visit, but the time to pull back from the Caribbean, the African, Pan-Africanism, the Haitians especially, who swear we all the same type of Black, but I already broke it down that we're not, based off of their constitution, their mindset and how they fill out the censuses to get the money, the funding and stuff for the enclaves. This is what my platform is designed to do. Break down stereotypes, talking points, tropes, and fallacies while amplifying foundational Black American communities. I'm so happy I got my nonprofit up and running. It's designed to be a media oversight ethics committee, like be careful how you talk about us. Cultural preservation, calling awareness to injustices. Cultural preservation also includes making sure that we spread the message about our grave sites, see who's already doing the work so that we don't come in and mess anything up, and how we could collaborate with those already doing the work. It's about advocacy. And it's structured. I'm not a member of anybody else's organization, although I do support them. Foundational Black Americans are not an organization, a cult, or a hate group. We're actually practicing self-preservation. And as you can see, we're being economically castrated. So, I am federally tax exempt, and if you affirmative action and DEI. I'm just talking a lot. I'm really trying to get back to the resource. That's all pre-recorded. That's how I was feeling in the moment, and I still stand by that. Yeah, my children are trolls, and I think when they be like, BX, be quiet, I be like, who's behind that profile picture? About going to live in Jamaica. Okay. Let's see how it works out for her. Only benefited us and with credible sources, okay? Because people just be foundational Black Americans are always talking about
America, mass enslavement.
1 minute, because this is ridiculous. I didn't know I was talking that much. Y'all laughing.
Already been established and enriched for centuries.
Okay, I'm trying to get back to the resource. That's crazy.
Native population metrics. Target foreign national groups and recent immigrants from receiving those targeted remedies.
Y'all march for civil rights, and y'all have this mindset. Shit, educate your youth, empower your youth, create the opportunities that you come over here and steal, and I'm gonna use the right word, steal from us, you lock us out of.
Fight for that over there. You picking a battle with the wrong ones. Now look where y'all at. Y'all ain't even safe, even if you don't have TPS, because you could be deported or denaturalized. And some even got deported. There's a Jamaican now. Was a U.S. citizen born here. He's still stuck on the island of Jamaica. They deported his ass and said it was a mix-up, a case of mistaken identity. They ain't get his ass over here yet. Fair use.
TLDR summary. Currently, no major federal or state-level elected official in the United States maintains a legislative platform or policy office framed exclusively around foundational Black American, FBA, lineage-specific initiatives. Instead, prominent Black American, African, and Caribbean American representatives operate entirely under broad African American, Pan-African, and minority policy frameworks. Policy framework classification of elected representatives. Elected officials operating under broader Black/African American platforms. Representative Yvette D. Clarke, NY09, serves as chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, CBC, and co-chair of the House Haiti Caucus. Her legislative platform centers on broad racial equity, immigration protections for Caribbean nationals, including TPS extensions.
Pay attention, people. Fair use.
And general minority business assistance rather than lineage-specific FBA policies. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, NY08, focuses on national civil rights legislation, broad voting rights, and economic development targeted at generic minority-owned businesses and low-income urban districts. Representative Frederica S. Wilson, Florida 24, focuses on Caribbean immigration relief, such as the Haitian Refugee Immigration Fairness Act, general black male educational attainment initiatives, 5,000 role models, and broad federal minority grant allocations. Representative Ayanna Presley, MA07, co-chair of the House Haiti Caucus, sponsors legislation targeting broad racial wealth gaps, criminal justice reform, and immigrant protections under generic racial umbrella terms. Representative Maxine Waters, CA43, advocates for general federal housing assistance, minority financial institution funding, and broad civil rights protections through generic African American and minority-owned frameworks.
Didn't Maxine Waters tell homeless people to go home? Let that sink in.
Representative James Clyburn, SC06, focuses on broad federal funding for historically Black colleges and universities, HBCUs, and generic rural poverty relief through the October 20th 30 allocation formula. Elected officials advocating lineage-specific or FBA initiatives. Federal level, none. There are currently no elected members of the U.S. Congress, House or Senate, who have introduced legislation or established platform agendas exclusively restricted to or framed around foundational Black Americans, FBA, or U.S. freedmen lineage. State/local level, contextual exception. While no state or municipal representatives formally run on an FBA platform, California state lawmakers such as former Assemblymember Weber and members of the California Reparations Task Force spearheaded lineage-based criteria for state task force recommendations. However, active office holders continue to introduce broader racial equity legislation under general state caucus lines. Structural differences in platform execution. Generic umbrella framing. Standard political platforms use broader categories: Black-owned, minority business enterprise, African American, which allow federal funding and business programs to be accessed by foreign-born populations, recent immigrants, and non-lineage groups alongside native-born Americans. Lineage-based framing. The FBA framing requires legal, economic, and policy protections to be explicitly anchored to documentation showing descent from individuals enslaved in the United States prior to emancipation, excluding foreign national groups and recent immigrants from receiving those targeted remedies.
Now, we're going to go to the resource that shows the systems that foundational Black Americans are being harmed under. We're going to put a name to everything that we are undergoing. But not everything, maybe two of the systems. Okay, which is economic castration, benign neglect, taxation without representation, and with credible sources, okay? Because people just be foundational Black Americans are always talking about benign neglect, and they're not really going through that. You're not. Somebody said on Twitter, immigrants and foundational Black Americans aren't going after the same jobs. They must have meant the white immigrants. But in case they weren't, I had to answer. I had to respond, y'all. Fair use.
TLDR summary. Ethnocide, Taxation without representation and benign neglect are distinct structural systems that have historically stripped foundational Black Americans, FBA, of lineage data, financial capital, and direct policy representation. When federal frameworks group non-citizen and foreign-born populations under aggregate racial labels Black to satisfy general diversity metrics, FBA communities face systematic resource diversion and economic displacement. FBA communities can combat these conditions through lineage-based census advocacy, private wealth protection, targeted political leverage, and local land preservation. Definitions and historical impacts of the three systems: ethnocide, cultural and lineage erasure. Definition: the systematic destruction or erasure of a distinct group's identity, culture, lineage, or legal recognition without physical extermination. Historical impact on FBA began with chattel slavery, which intentionally stripped chattel ancestors of native languages, birth records, and surnames. It continues through administrative grouping, where the specific unique legal history of U.S. freedmen is dissolved into generic global labels: Black, African American, BIPOC, erasing the distinct political claims of native descendants of American slavery. Taxation without representation. Definition: the extraction of tax revenue from a population while systematically withholding targeted political representation, direct policy benefits, or capital return. Historical impact on FBA. FBA households pay income, commercial, and property taxes into federal, state, and local coffers. However, legislative bodies often allocate the public resources, grant programs, and municipal set-asides funded by those taxes to non-citizen migrant initiatives, global foreign aid, or general minority programs that bypass lineage-specific FBA needs. Benign neglect. Definition: a policy approach officially coined in a 1970 policy memorandum by urban advisor Daniel Patrick Moynihan to President Richard Nixon, advising that the federal government withdraw active civil rights interventions and social infrastructure funding from inner-city Black communities. Historical impact on FBA led directly to planned shrinkage in urban cores, such as withdrawal of municipal fire services, closing of public hospitals, transit cuts, and industrial abandonment, which degraded FBA neighborhood infrastructure and set the stage for municipal disinvestment and gentrification. Summary of previously generated information. Census and foreign classifications. The Haitian National Census, managed by the Institut Haïtien de Statistique et d'Informatique, IHSI, does not track racial castes or color categories on domestic forms. The term noir was established in 1805 as a legal status of citizenship rather than a biological lineage marker. Economic disparities and remittances. Grouping foreign-born populations into generic U.S. racial categories dilutes FBA economic claims, while billions in private remittances flow out of the U.S. domestic economy annually directly to Haiti, alongside hundreds of millions in U.S. taxpayer-funded foreign aid. Enclave funding and displacement. Nonprofit grants, municipal revitalization initiatives, and immigrant integration funds in New York and Florida target ethnic enclaves, like Little Haiti and Flatbush, resulting in the economic displacement of native FBA business ecosystems. Legislative representation gap. Current Black and Caribbean American members of Congress up for re-election operate strictly under broad African American or diaspora umbrella platforms, with 0 federal representatives currently advancing legislation exclusively framed around FBA lineage tangibles. Actionable strategies for FBA communities to combat structural systems. Lineage-based legal and census advocacy. Mandate lineage disaggregation. Demand federal, state, and local governments update race/ethnicity intake forms to distinguish U.S. freedmen/foundational Black American from foreign-born or foreign lineage populations, following the precedent established by the California Reparations Task Force, which anchored claims strictly to lineage rather than broad race. Census write-in mobilization. Utilize the detailed write-in fields on the U.S. Decennial Census and American Community Survey to explicitly write in foundational Black American or U.S. freedmen to force clear data collection on native population metrics. Targeted political accountability and voting leverage. Conditioned political pledges. Shift away from straight-ticket voting by holding local and federal political candidates accountable to explicit, written FBA lineage agendas, e.g., targeted business capitalization, land preservation, and lineage-specific microgrants before granting community endorsement or block votes. Local municipal oversight. Attend city council, zoning board, and county commission meetings to audit municipal minority business enterprise (MBE) spending, ensuring that local tax dollars are not diverted away from native FBA contractors under generic diversity labels. Economic protection and private capital retention. Closed-loop commerce networks. Establish independent business directories and commercial associations that keep capital circulating internally within FBA-owned supply chains, real estate holdings, and legal services. Community land trusts, CLTs. Form local community land trusts to purchase, hold, and preserve commercial and residential real estate in historic FBA urban corridors, shielding native communities from commercial lease price outs, gentrification, and displacement. financial literacy and asset transfer, build generational wealth protections through structured estate planning, private family trusts, land retention strategies, and independent credit networks to insulate local wealth from institutional extraction.
Now we will get into Ms. Bobbleheads that America stole gold from Haiti, and that's what started Wall Street. I'm sick of them. I am so sick of them. Correction, it wasn't Wall Street, it was Black Wall Street. But I do have a resource from Tethers of TikTok. He has information on how Black Wall Street was started, how it was funded. There was no mention of Haiti. Yeah. And that wasn't the goal. What America went into Haiti for in 1914 was because the Haitians made a backdoor deal with Germany, and Germany was not our allies. I believe Germany was trying to finance some of the things that they owed to the French. But y'all look that information up because it's out there. They just not telling us the truth. The Haitians. So let's get into it really fast. Fair use.
In 1653, during Dutch colonial rule in New Amsterdam, now Manhattan, enslaved Africans owned by the Dutch West India.
So this is the part of the research where they're going to tell us how Wall Street was actually formed, who built it, and who kicked off the economy as far as slavery and things like that, right? So I see Allie in the chat. Allie, I know we not African. At the end of that, I also have the history of New York, how they mixed in with the indigenous, okay? So, because Allie gonna be like, we're not African, BX. I already know. I want everybody to understand that when the Africans were forced here, it was the first number was 11. The Dutch intercepted a boat coming from Spain and Portugal and brought them to what is now known as New York. But they were indigenous here, just to acknowledge that. So, Allie, don't get on me, okay? Fair use.
Company were forced to clear land and physically construct the 12-foot wooden defensive wall from which Wall Street derives its name. The official municipal slave market, 1711 to 1762. On November 30th,
Sorry. Hey, Jackie. I see your comments. You said you with the family today. Have fun. I know I'm going to see the picture of the food when I go to TikTok. Jackie be cooking her ass off, y'all. But back to the resource. Fair use.
11. The New York City Common Council passed a law establishing the official municipal slave market at the corner of Wall Street and Pearl Street, auctioning of ancestors. For over 50 years, foundational Black American ancestors were bought, sold, rented out for daily labor, and taxed at this exact location. City taxes collected from these sales and rentals directly funded New York City's early public infrastructure, financial capital and insurance industry origins. Early financial firms, maritime insurance brokers, and banking houses on Wall Street generated their seed capital by underwriting transatlantic slave ships, issuing mortgages on enslaved people, and financing southern cotton and sugar plantations produced through uncompensated labor. 2. The 1914 seizure of Haitian gold. The historical timeline. The U.S. military raid on Haiti's gold occurred on December 17, 1914, 203 years after the establishment of the Wall Street slave market. The event details. 8 months prior to the formal 19-year military occupation of Haiti, U.S. Marines landed in Port-au-Prince, entered the Banque Nationale de la République d'Haïti, and seized $500,000 worth of gold reserves. Destination. The gold was placed aboard the USS Machias and transferred directly to the vaults of National City Bank, now Citibank, on Wall Street. Impact. While this imperial raid served to bolster National City Bank's balance sheet and weaken Haitian state sovereignty, it was an extraction event that built upon an American financial center that had already been established and enriched for centuries by the trade, labor, and financialization of enslaved U.S. freedmen ancestors. Sources: NYC Department of Parks and Recreation / Historical Markers. Manhattan Park Highlights. New York's Municipal Slave Market. Documentation of the 1711 Wall Street Market Law and physical wall construction. Historical Lower Manhattan Records. Wall Street Slave Market Site History. Details on municipal slave tax collections and city infrastructure funding. U.S. Department of State, Office of the Historian. U.S. Invasion and Occupation of Haiti, 1914-1915. Official records detailing the 1914 Marine extraction of $500,000 in gold to National City Bank.
So, I already know, and I know who's going to do it too. It's going to be my girl, okay? Allie. We not African, bitch. I knew it was going to be Allie. So, Allie, I understand that you were saying we are not from Africa. Something happened, right? And so we did receive the least amount. That's documented, right? So while they try to make it seem that we received 12 million, we didn't receive 12 million. And so if the American Indians or the indigenous were reclassified to black doesn't mean that everybody came from Africa. Later on in the resource, I do show the history of New York and how the indigenous and the Africans who were forced here intermixed. So that is history specific to New York and places like New York that were port states. So if you're saying that you didn't find any Africans in your genealogy, that's fine, but we can't erase the ones who were forced into captivity, nor can I put that on those who say they just don't have them there. I think we have to find a balance without erasing the both sides, because two things can be true. I hope that makes sense to you. So it's documented, you know what I'm saying? But my goal is not to erase the indigenous nor to erase the captives who were forced here. Does that make us all African? No, it doesn't. Not at all. And then we have to understand ethnogenesis, so on and so forth. So I get it. But I also think you're looking at it through the biblical sense, and you could correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, there y'all go. Can we have 388,000 miracles? And so if you trust Professor Alon, right, he will tell you that it wasn't like the ships with 100 bodies. I did just say that the first ship that came with the Dutch, when the Dutch intercepted the ones from Spain and Portugal, it was 11. So it's the numbers that are misconstrued, and you're right. A boat carrying 100 is just really, really kind of far-fetched, right? But if the Europeans and everybody else got here by boats, and we do understand that some Africans were traveling way before the Europeans showed up on them shores, why don't we think that they could come here and be enslaved? I hope that makes sense, but I don't want to argue that point. I get everybody's point. I just don't want to erase New York history, right? Because some of us do have what they now call Afro-Indigenous roots. So, but back to the resource, y'all. Are also known as Afro-Dutch, and they would go on to be educators, writers. I'm finding a lot of sports people that I'm connected to as well. So, my specific lineage does not negate yours. But I don't need to see we ain't African every motherfucking day. Because I already know we're not African. But my lineage, I'm not erasing my lineage of the fact that Africans were brought into New York. I can admit ethnogenesis happened. We are amalgamated. Indigenous were here, and indigenous were enslaved and are even buried with the Africans. And I don't like the Irish. I already know they attacked us. Some of them were buried with the indigenous and the African, except the Irish were able to ascend into whiteness, I guess you could say. They also received a form of compensation. Some of them were overseers. And some of them, the 1652 Irish, were enslavers. So that's the context of that. But New York is a different type of beast. Africans were brought here, and shout out to my girl Allie. That's going to remind us every day. We ain't African. And we not, because the initial Africans brought here were forced to either breed by white tea folks or intermingle with the indigenous. So we're an amalgamated ethnic group. And so we're going to get into that, because I did ask. Because shout out to Allie again, I was thinking about her like, oh God, you know, when they kept saying enslaved Africans, I said, uh-oh. So I just wanted to clarify, and I'm going to go to the resource for other people who may be feeling why Black Americans always saying, or why foundational Black Americans always saying that they don't have African in them and this, that, and the third. So I am a foundational Black American that does not deny the slave trade happened. I just question the numbers. And as you can see, I do the research, because I can tell you only 11 came during the first trip with the Dutch. They were known as Afro-Dutch, but they were intercepted from a boat coming from Spain and Portugal. And so we're going to get into this last piece of the resource, and I'm going to let you guys go, okay? I love y'all for real, and Allie, I'm just joking with you, right? But you do tell me that every day. But I do want people to understand New York history. Africans were brought here, forced here, and indigenous were here, and they were enslaved together. Fair use.
TLDR summary. Yes, the lineage of foundational Black American, FBA, ancestors encompasses both African people brought through the transatlantic slave trade and indigenous peoples enslaved within the borders of what became the United States. In colonial laws and land records, these groups were subjected to parallel systems of chattel bondage, frequently intermarried, and were eventually merged into single legal categories such as colored, Negro, or mulatto, under state laws and census records. The historical lineage of foundational Black Americans, FBA, encompasses both enslaved Africans brought across the Atlantic and indigenous peoples enslaved directly within North America. In the early colonial period, particularly throughout the 17th and 18th centuries in colonies like South Carolina, Virginia, and Massachusetts, tens of thousands of Native Americans were captured, forced into chattel slavery, and made to labor on plantations alongside enslaved Africans. Because they occupied the same physical spaces and legal statuses, these populations intermarried, built families, and merged their cultural practices. 1. Historical evidence of indigenous slavery in colonial America, mass enslavement of Native peoples. Before the widespread expansion of the transatlantic slave trade, colonial authorities routinely captured and enslaved indigenous populations during conflicts such as the Pequot War, 1636 to 1638, and the Yamasee War, 1715. Between 1670 and 1720, historians estimate that over 20,000 to 50,000 Native Americans were enslaved in the American South alone. Shared bondage and intermarriage. On early American plantations, enslaved indigenous people and enslaved Africans worked, lived, and raised children together. Their offspring inherited the legal status of chattel bondage under colonial partis sequitur ventrum laws, which dictated that children born to enslaved mothers were legally born into slavery. 2. Bureaucratic erasure and documentary reclassification. Paperwork reclassification. As the colonial slave trade shifted heavily toward Africa, state governments and census enumerators began phasing out Indian as a separate legal class on slave rolls and tax registries. The Negro and Mulatto labels colonial slave codes, such as Virginia's 1705 Assembly Acts, updated their language to classify Negroes, Moors, Mulattoes, and Indians together under single legal definitions of enslaved property. Over successive generations, tax assessors, plantation owners, and federal census takers routinely reclassified individuals of mixed African and indigenous descent, or full indigenous descent, living outside recognized tribal lands, simply as Negro, Mulatto, free-colored, or Black. Racial integrity laws. By the early 20th century, state laws, such as Virginia's Racial Integrity Act of 1924, legally enforced a two-category system, white or colored, systematically stripping indigenous records from state birth certificates, land deeds, and marriage licenses, merging those families permanently into the domestic Black-colored category. 3. What this means for foundational Black American ancestry. When discussing foundational Black American ancestors who survived chattel slavery, fought in American wars, and built the foundational infrastructure of the United States, the lineage is historically multi-layered. It includes African ancestors brought through the transatlantic slave trade who survived colonial bondage. It includes indigenous ancestors who were enslaved on their native soil and administratively absorbed into the domestic Negro or freedman census rolls. The distinct history of U.S. freedmen encompasses this specific dual lineage convergence within the borders of the American colonies and state territories. Sources: Academic Research, The Other Slavery, The Uncovered Story of Indian Enslavement in America by Andres Resendez, Houghton Mifflin Harcourt. Ethno-Historical Analysis, to include persons of Native American ancestry in Anglo-North America by Dr. Jack D. Forbes, Virginia Commonwealth University Archives. Primary Colonial Documents, Virginia General Assembly Statutes at Large, 1705 and 1723, Acts regarding Negro, Mulatto, and Indian slaves, U.S. Census Bureau Historical Guidelines, measuring race and ethnicity across the decades, 1790 to 2010, documentation of free-colored, mulatto, and enumerator observation reclassifications. This video breaks down how official census records, tribal role changes, and legal reclassifications systematically absorb Native American identities into the broader domestic Black and freedmen paper trail. YouTube video views will be stored in your YouTube history, and your data will be stored and used by YouTube according to its terms of service.
Now, if it's too long, we're not going to watch all of it. If it's like 3 minutes or less, it might even have to go to 2 minutes, y'all. Fair use, let's see. If not, if it's too long, you on your own can go ahead and watch it at your own leisure. Fair use.
Glances once at the family inside, and without asking a single question, he writes one word that will determine how that family's descendants will be treated for the next 150 years. Negro. Not because the people said it, not because they chose it, but because he did. Because in America, race wasn't self-identified, it was assigned. And those assignments weren't innocent mistakes. They were political, they were economic, they were strategic, and they were rooted in a deep fear of acknowledging something this country has tried to bury since its beginning. The truth about who is Native, who is Black, and how many of those people were the same. The uncomfortable truth is that race categories in the United States were never fixed, never scientific, and never neutral. They shifted every decade, rewritten by white officials who understood that racial classification was power. In 1790, the first census included only free white, all other free persons, and slaves. If you were Native but didn't live on a reservation, you were often lumped in as other, slave, or simply disappeared. Mixed-race people weren't allowed to exist on paper. The census taker didn't ask how you identified. He eyeballed you, judged your hair, your skin tone, your neighbors, and stamped you into a category that fit the racial imagination of white America. By 1850 and 1860, the category mulatto appears, but again, the person labeled never chose it. The census agent was told to use his own eyes to decide whether someone looked distinctly mixed. And this is when the government accidentally revealed something it would later try to hide. The explosive rise in the mulatto population.
Clip that.
Which reflected how many white men were fathering children with enslaved Black women. The truth of plantation rape was becoming too visible, literally showing up in the numbers. And white lawmakers didn't want the census exposing the reality that thousands of enslaved people carried white blood.
Clip that.
Then comes the 1890 census, the most racist counting in American history. Obsessed with categorizing blood fractions, it invented quadroon and octoroon, desperately trying to measure how close someone was to whiteness.
Fair use.
This was not anthropology. It was a tool of domination. It was the U.S. government quantifying proximity to white purity. But even this wasn't enough for the white officials who feared that acknowledging mixed ancestry gave Black people too much connection to whiteness, too much legitimacy, too much humanity.
Clip that.
And then enters one of the most important villains in racial classification history, Edward Dana Duran, director of...
I can't really, keep showing somebody else's work. I'm yelling fair use and clip that. So we do have a history of reclassification. It went by the census takers' own viewpoints, own eyesight. Also, on some censuses, you can see where some people physically changed whatever classification was there first to look like a B or an N. So, shout out to the genealogists who take the time out to really, really blow up the census, try to get it to, not get it to, because we can't change it, try to get a better understanding of if that racial category had another letter there that would indicate like a mulatto or an Indian. So if y'all want to know more about I believe they said Edward Duran was the last name there, y'all go ahead and head to the video on your own. And I think I might be ready to let y'all go. I think I gave y'all enough insight to where y'all can find something to research on your own. The whole premise of this was to show that the Haitian who have been telling us we all black and Miss Bobblehead over there lying about our history. Okay. Haitian gold did not start Wall Street.
Or Black Wall Street, okay? I mean, I'll show that was pre-recorded, y'all. You know, I got to stop myself from cussing and all that and monologuing past the point. Otherwise, it gets lost in translation. But I just want to give like insight, lead, advice, not really strategy, because you're not supposed to talk strategy really out in the open. But if you're in a place like New York, Cali, even, and where else is there? Chicago, any place where you see is overrun with immigrants, one way that we have to combat our sanctuary city harms is by filling out the census, right? Because there's funding attached, and by having a nonprofit. So you just tailor it to be lineage based only. You know, I don't know how that's going to work out in New York, but race based is unconstitutional anyway. It'll leave you open for scrutiny, but as long as it's lineage based, you should be fine. Just like reparations is supposed to be lineage based and not race based. Now, I do have the way the Caribbean identifies, but I think, okay, so I've been up here for 2 hours and 31 minutes. I want to just get into the end of Black August, the third and final part. And then if everybody's still here and I'm still, you know, up and not hungry, where I want to go eat and just take a nap because it is Saturday and it's kind of dreary, then I'll get into the way the rest of the Caribbean identifies. But for right now, the real reason that I started this 3 to 4 part series is to talk about the origins of Black August. Okay? And that's the month that we recognize our revolutionaries. Let me remind y'all what the Pan-African calendar looks like. And they have everybody up here. They have Jamaica, Nelson Mandela, Fidel Castro, Steve Biko, Haiti. It's something else, I think. Now, I got to say this. I don't have any problem with the Pan-Africans of yesterday. I personally didn't hear when Nelson Mandela was released and he turned down or said he wasn't going to help Black Americans or speak for Black Americans. If that's true, right, that is horrible because we stomped the yard for Nelson Mandela. A lot of people I'm now seeing are very disrespectful to him, saying that he sold out. And I'm like, they don't understand what it means to be in jail for 20 something years, probably tortured, the stuff he probably had to eat. Like he went in there for his people and now they just like, screw Nelson Mandela. I ain't going to say F him, but things like that. But Black August really, and see, this says Take the Pledge 2016. Black August really started because of George Jackson and the things that he encountered where he was harshly sentenced, right, for a crime. And they said from 1 year to like life. And he became an author, an activist, and he lost it. And they tried to break him out of jail. We all remember that, seeing his brother, Jonathan Jackson, who was also unalive. And the things that George Jackson faced in the prison system, including his harsh sentencing, is the reason why we have Black August. the Pan-Africans have been running amok. And so what I did was I made a foundational Black American calendar, just foundational Black Americans. And I want everybody, this is the harm in Pan-Africanism, and y'all could agree or disagree. It's my viewpoint, right? See Marcus Garvey there? See Fidel Castro? And I don't have no problem with Castro. He even allowed our revolutionaries to remain unharmed in Cuba, so they wouldn't face America's persecution. All these people have their own box. You know whose name is missing? It's there, but it's not there, right? It's not highlighted like Marcus Garvey. Everybody knows and understands who Marcus Garvey is, but not too many understand who George Jackson is. I don't even think everybody really heard of Black August. Now, George Jackson is sharing a box with Turner. Who's Turner, BX? Nat Turner. But why are they in the same box and this man had, and I know this may seem petty, but I'm going somewhere with this. The harm of Pan-Africanism is that we feel one lone immigrant migrating into already ongoing movements should be highlighted over the reason why these movements even started. Marcus Garvey's own people didn't like him at first. Now they can't stop running around talking about him as if he didn't sit in closed door meetings with the Triple K or talk greasy about us. But remember, he talked greasy about his own people first. We don't have to keep highlighting the Jamaicans. We know what it is. They just not grateful. They will lock us out of a lot of things. And so when you look at the people who don't really have anything in their homeland, when they come here and they have access to everything because we shed the blood for them to have it, they turn up their nose at us and they lock, not all now, not all, and they lock us out of key things. So my calendar here is designed to highlight us. We should know our heroes, our heroines, our achievements, our accomplishments, our pain, our struggle, before we ever know an immigrant's name. And that's where I'm at with it. So for the conclusion of Black August, fair use.
TLDR summary. Clara Luper, 1923 to 2011, was a pioneering civil rights leader, educator, and radio host who played a monumental role in the American civil rights movement. Best known for organizing the historic 1958 Katz drugstore sit-in in Oklahoma City, she pioneered nonviolent direct action well before the lunch counter sit-ins in Greensboro, North Carolina. Yes, Clara Luper is a foundational Black American, U.S. freedman descendant, born in Oklahoma to parents whose roots trace directly back to enslaved Black Americans in the United States. Early life, heritage, and lineage, ancestry, and birth. Clara May Shepard was born on May 3, 1923, in rural Hoffman, Oklahoma. Her father, Ezel Shepard, was a World War I veteran and laborer, and her mother, Isabel Shepard, worked as a laundress. Foundational Black American heritage. She is a foundational Black American. Her lineage traces through generations of U.S. freedmen who survived U.S. chattel slavery, emancipation, and the post-Reconstruction era in the American South and Oklahoma Territory. Education. She earned a bachelor's degree in mathematics and history from Langston University and HBCU in Oklahoma in 1944, and later became the first Black graduate student admitted to the history department at the University of Oklahoma, earning her master's degree in 1951. Civil rights leadership and key accomplishments. The Katz drugstore sit-in, 1958. As the advisor to the Oklahoma City NAACP Youth Council, Luper organized one of the nation's earliest nonviolent sit-ins on August 19, 1958. Luper, along with her 8-year-old daughter Marilyn, and a group of young Black students, walked into the segregated Katz drugstore in downtown Oklahoma City and requested service at the lunch counter. Despite facing verbal abuse, threats, and hostile patrons, the youth remained nonviolent. After 3 days of persistent protesting, the Katz chain desegregated its lunch counters across Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, and Iowa, nearly a year and a half before the 1960 Greensboro sit-ins. Broader integration battles. Luper spent decades organizing sit-ins, protests, marches, and boycotts to integrate public accommodations, housing, and banking in Oklahoma City. She was arrested 26 times during her civil rights activism. The 1969 Oklahoma City sanitation strike, similar to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s work in Memphis, Looper led a protracted 10-week strike supporting black sanitation workers in Oklahoma City, successfully demanding fair wages and safer working conditions. Career as an educator, author, and radio host, dedicated teacher, Looper taught history and social studies in Oklahoma public high schools for 41 years, including Dungy High School and John Marshall High School, mentoring generations of black students in civic engagement and nonviolent resistance. Radio voice. For nearly 40 years, she hosted the Clara Looper radio show, delivering news, political commentary, and civil rights discussions focused on the advancement of black Americans. Author, she penned the 1979 book Behold the Walls, an autobiographical account detailing the early sit-in movement and the struggle for integration in Oklahoma. Legacy and impact. Clara Looper passed away on June 8, 2011, at the age of 88. Recognized as the mother of the civil rights movement in Oklahoma, her work laid the groundwork for nonviolent direct action across the United States. In 2021, the Oklahoma City Council voted to rename a major downtown thoroughfare and build the Clara Looper Civil Rights Center to honor her legacy and her youth activism. TLDR Summary. Houston's history is shaped by the relentless resistance of foundational black Americans against state-sanctioned violence and institutional oppression. From slave labor along the Buffalo Bayou to the 1917 Houston Camp Logan Rebellion, black Americans continuously asserted their humanity and autonomy. Today, Texas remains home to the largest black population in the nation, with dedicated local advocacy groups continuing to organize specifically around foundational black American heritage, reparative justice, and political self-determination. Slavery era and early origins in Houston. The plantations of Southeast Texas, established in 1836, early Houston relied entirely on the labor of enslaved black Americans. Enslaved labor cleared dense pine forests, constructed the original city infrastructure, and harvested cotton and sugarcane across Harris County and surrounding plantations along the Buffalo and Brazos rivers. Urban slavery and maritime labor. Unlike isolated rural plantations, urban enslaved black Americans in Houston worked as skilled blacksmiths, carpenters, dock workers, and draymen. The city operated as a major hub for the intra-American slave trade, funneling forced labor into Texas cotton fields right up until June 19, 1865. When federal troops finally enforced emancipation in Galveston, Freedmanstown, and post-emancipation accomplishments. Establishment of Freedmanstown, 1865. Following emancipation, former enslaved black Americans settled in Houston's 4th Ward, creating Freedmanstown, by hand-laying brick streets, such as historic Andrews Street. Residents built a fully self-sufficient, prosperous enclave featuring independent schools, churches, businesses, and medical practices. Reverend Jack Yates. Born into slavery, Reverend Jack Yates became a monumental community organizer, founding Antioch Missionary Baptist Church, establishing the first public schools for black children, and organizing the purchase of Emancipation Park in 1872, the first public park in Texas owned by black Americans. Racial violence. The 1917 Houston Camp Logan Rebellion massacre. The context: during World War I, the all-black 3rd Battalion of the 24th U.S. Infantry Regiment, a renowned Buffalo Soldier unit, was deployed to Houston to guard the construction of Camp Logan. From their arrival, black soldiers faced brutal harassment, racial slurs, and assaults from white local law enforcement and civilians enforcing Jim Crow. The catalyst: August 23, 1917. White Houston police officers violently arrested a black woman in the 4th Ward. When a black soldier, Private Alonzo Edwards, attempted to inquire about her arrest, officers pistol-whipped and arrested him. Corporal Charles Baltimore later inquired about Edwards and was chased, shot at, and pistol-whipped by white officers. The armed resistance. Rumors reached Camp Logan that Corporal Baltimore had been murdered and that a white mob was marching toward the camp. Approximately 156 black soldiers seized weapons, formed ranks, and marched into downtown Houston to defend themselves and the black community. The outbreak and repression. A 2-hour shootout ensued between the armed soldiers, white police officers, and white civilians, resulting in the deaths of 15 to 20 people, including soldiers, police officers, and civilians. Mass court-martial and executions. The U.S. Army held 3 secret court-martials without adequate defense counsel. 19 black soldiers were summarily hanged near San Antonio, and 63 received life sentences, marking the largest court-martial in U.S. military history. In November 2023, the U.S. Army officially overturned all 110 convictions, granting the soldiers honorable discharges posthumously. Civil rights battles and hardships. Systemic terror and segregation. Throughout the 20th century, Houston remained intensely segregated through racially restrictive covenants and aggressive LAPD-style policing. Houston TSU Rebellion, 1967. On May 16 to 17, 1967, Houston police officers surrounded the campus of Texas Southern University, a historically black university, firing over 3,000 rounds of ammunition into student dormitories following civil rights sit-ins, arresting nearly 500 students. People's Party 2 in Carl Hampton, 1970. Carl Hampton, a 21-year-old black activist, formed People's Party 2 in Houston, aligned with Black Panther Party principles, to combat police brutality and provide community programs in the 3rd Ward. On July 26, 1970, Houston police snipers assassinated Hampton from a rooftop during a standoff outside the party's headquarters. Demographics of Texas and Houston today. Texas statewide population. Texas is home to the largest black population of any state in the U.S., with approximately 3.9 million black residents, making up roughly 13% to 14% of the state's total population. Houston municipal demographics. Houston is a highly diverse major metropolis. The city's overall population stands at approximately 44% to 45% Hispanic/Latino, 23% to 24% non-Hispanic white, 22% to 23% Black or Foundational Black American, 7% to 8% Asian. Advocacy for Foundational Black Americans in Texas today. Lineage-based advocacy. Grassroots organizations and local advocates in Houston and across Texas actively organize around foundational Black American lineage, emphasizing economic restitution, anti-displacement measures, and community control. Preservation of historic wards. Local coalitions continue fighting to protect historic Freedmanstown in the 4th Ward and the historic 3rd and 5th Wards from aggressive gentrification, real estate speculation, and the destruction of ancestral landmarks. Reparative justice initiatives, local chapters and independent coalitions advance public policy demands specifically focused on redressing local Jim Crow housing destruction, land theft, and systemic wealth extraction suffered by U.S. freedmen descendants in Texas. TLDR Summary. Asa Philip Randolph, 1889 to 1979, was a monumental foundational Black American labor leader, civil rights strategist, and founder of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, BSCP. Throughout his decades of organizing, Randolph faced intense state surveillance, corporate hostility, and factional sabotage, including infiltrations by government informants, opposition from Caribbean immigrant leaders like Marcus Garvey, and union busting by white corporate elites. Heritage, lineage, and early life, ancestry and birth. Born on April 15, 1889, in Crescent City, Florida, Randolph was a foundational Black American whose parents were born during the era of U.S. chattel slavery. His father, James William Randolph, was an itinerant African Methodist Episcopal AME minister, and his mother, Elizabeth Robinson Randolph, was a dressmaker. Education and relocation. Randolph attended the Cookman Institute in Jacksonville, Florida, one of the first institutions of higher learning for freedmen in the state. In 1911, he moved to Harlem, New York, where he studied social sciences at the City College of New York and co-founded the radical publication The Messenger in 1917 alongside Chandler Owen, labor organizing and the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, founding the BSCP 1925. In 1925, Randolph accepted the challenge to organize the Pullman Company's train porters, an exclusively U.S. freedmen workforce facing long hours, low wages, and racial subjugation. Historic victory, 1937. After 12 years of relentless corporate and state opposition, Randolph secured a historic collective bargaining agreement with the Pullman Company in 1937, winning shorter hours and millions in wage increases for thousands of foundational Black American workers. Ideological conflict and sabotage by opponents. Randolph's socialist politics, trade unionism, and commitment to civil rights made him a target of multiple opposing factions. Conflict with Marcus Garvey and Caribbean immigrant factions. During the 1910s and 1920s, a fierce ideological struggle erupted between Randolph's Messenger Group and Marcus Garvey, a Jamaican immigrant, and his Universal Negro Improvement Association, UNIA. Randolph criticized Garvey's Back to Africa movement, viewing it as an unrealistic distraction from securing economic and civil rights within the United States. Randolph also attacked Garvey's commercial enterprises, such as the Black Star Line, as fraudulent and condemned Garvey's 1922 meeting with the Ku Klux Klan in Atlanta. In response, Garvey and UNIA supporters launched aggressive public attacks against Randolph. Members of the Friends of Negro Freedom, co-organized by Randolph, launched the Garvey Must Go campaign, urging the U.S. government to investigate Garvey's business practices, which ultimately led to Garvey's trial and deportation for mail fraud. Infiltration and surveillance by white federal spies. Under J. Edgar Hoover and the Bureau of Investigation, later the FBI, federal authorities viewed Randolph as one of the most dangerous radical elements in the country. The Bureau deployed federal agents, undercover informants, and intelligence operatives, both white and Black informants, to infiltrate the messenger offices and BSCP union halls. Federal agents monitored his mail, disrupted union funding streams, and repeatedly attempted to prosecute him under the Espionage Act during World War I for his anti-war and pro-labor writings. Corporate sabotage by the Pullman Company. The white executive leadership of the Pullman Company employed company unions, blacklisting, and armed intimidation to crush Randolph's unionizing efforts. Pullman management bribed local ministers, hired private security agencies, and deployed corporate spies to identify and fire BSCP union members, attempting to bankrupt the union before it could achieve federal recognition. National political battles and the March on Washington. The 1941 March on Washington movement, MOWM, Randolph organized a planned mass march of 100,000 workers to Washington, D.C., to demand an end to racial discrimination in defense industries. To head off the march, President Franklin D. Roosevelt signed Executive Order 8802, creating the Fair Employment Practice Committee, FEPC. Desegregation of the military, 1948. Randolph led the League for Nonviolent Civil Disobedience Against Military Segregation, pressuring President Harry S. Truman to issue Executive Order 9981, officially ending segregation in the U.S. Armed Forces. The 1963 March on Washington. Randolph served as the chief initiator and senior organizer of the 1963 March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, partnering with Bayard Rustin to mobilize over 250,000 participants on the National Mall. Legacy. A. Philip Randolph passed away on May 16, 1979, at the age of 90. Recognized as the Dean of American Labor and Civil Rights Organizers, his insistence on collective economic power and trade unionism laid the structural foundation for 20th century freedom struggles across the United States. The Garvey Must Go campaign was spearheaded by foundational Black American civil rights leaders and socialists, most prominently A. Philip Randolph, to counter Marcus Garvey's financial schemes and anti-union stance. Garvey's conviction for mail fraud, his useless stock bonds, and his eventual deportation systematically dismantled his organization in the U.S. Separately, Caribbean immigrants established the West Indian American Day Carnival on Labor Day in New York City, purely to align their pre-Lenten carnival traditions with late summer weather, which has no connection to the labor movement forged by A. Philip Randolph and has been marred by decades of violence and police incidents. The Garvey Must Go campaign and A. Philip Randolph, who spearheaded it. The Garvey Must Go campaign was spearheaded in the early 1920s by foundational Black American labor leader A. Philip Randolph, his messenger co-editor Chandler Owen, and allies like NAACP Field Secretary William Pickens. Core grievances: Randolph and his colleagues opposed Garvey because Garvey openly denounced labor unions, aligned himself with white supremacists and the Ku Klux Klan, claiming they shared a mutual goal of racial separation, and siphoned money from working-class black families to fund his speculative enterprises. The mail fraud trial and deportation, the charges and worthless stock. In January 1922, federal authorities arrested Marcus Garvey and 3 associates, charging them with mail fraud involving the Black Star Line. The company had sold shares of stock through the mail for $5 per share, promoting a fleet of ships that were structurally unsound, unseaworthy, or non-existent. Investors received stock certificates and bonds that quickly became completely worthless as the company collapsed under mismanagement. Trial and conviction, 1923. Garvey was convicted in June 1923, sentenced to 5 years in federal prison at Atlanta Federal Penitentiary, and fined $1,000. Commutation and deportation, 1927. In November 1927, President Calvin Coolidge commuted Garvey's prison sentence on the condition of immediate deportation. Federal agents escorted Garvey to New Orleans, where he was put on a ship to Jamaica, permanently banning him from re-entering the United States. The West Indian Labor Day Parade. 1. The origins and adoption of Labor Day. The pioneer. In the 1920s, Trinidadian immigrant Jesse Waddy began organizing indoor carnival dances in Harlem, held during the winter months, February-March, to align with traditional Caribbean pre-Lenten carnival celebrations. Shift to Labor Day. Because New York's winter weather restricted costume displays, Waddy applied for a street permit in the 1940s and shifted the event to the first Monday in September, Labor Day, simply because it offered warm late summer weather and a mandatory federal holiday where spectators were off work. No connection to A. Philip Randolph, despite taking place on the holiday won through the American labor movement, which was led by figures like A. Philip Randolph. The event was not founded to honor trade unionism or American workers. It adopted the Labor Day name solely for scheduling convenience. 2. Revocation of Harlem Permit, 1964. In 1964, following a violent disturbance during the parade in Harlem, the city of New York revoked the event's street permit. Establishment in Crown Heights, 1969. Trinidadian immigrant Carlos Lezama.
So I wonder, especially my New Yorkers, right? Did you hear what they just said? The parade started in Manhattan, Harlem, and then it had its permit revoked permanently. They can't take that parade back there due to the violence. Every year there's violence in Brooklyn at that parade. You mean to tell me we can't push to have it revoked? I mean, they have it individual days anyway. I just don't want them touching Juneteenth, especially the way they've been touching it. So for them to pick a parade day and it be something like Juneteenth would be horrible. However, A. Philip Randolph is the reason, okay, for Labor Day. He is who is to be celebrated, and conveniently, sometimes they would call that damn parade the West Indian Day or the West Indian Labor Day Parade. I'm like sick of these people touching stuff. I really am. So I just wanted to point that out, that it's not unprecedented to have their permit revoked. Hint, hint. Back to the resource. Fair use.
Founded the West Indian American Day Carnival Association, WIADCA, and secured a new city permit in 1969 to move the parade to Eastern Parkway in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, where it has been held ever since under the name West Indian American Day Carnival or West Indian Labor Day Parade. 3. History of violence surrounding the event. Over the past several decades, both the daytime parade and the pre-dawn Jouvert celebration have been plagued by gang conflicts, fatal shootings, and police confrontations. 1964 Harlem permit revocation. The initial parade in Harlem was permanently banned after a riot broke out along the parade route. Fatalities and gang shootings. Since the 1990s, numerous homicides have occurred along or adjacent to the Eastern Parkway route. 2015, Carrie Gabay, first deputy counsel to NY Governor Andrew Cuomo, was shot in the head and killed after being caught in gang crossfire during the early morning Jouvert celebration. 2016, high school student Tyreek Borrell, 17, and college student Tiara Poyao, 22, were shot and killed in separate incidents during Jouvert hours. 2024 and 2025, the parade continues to face severe security challenges. Mass shootings along Eastern Parkway left multiple individuals injured and killed, prompting heavy NYPD deployments, metal detectors, floodlights, and early curfew enforcement. For a deeper look into the history and ongoing security discussions surrounding the Brooklyn event, see this reporting on the West Indian Day Parade security challenges. This video provides direct archival context on the history, relocation, and community impact of the Brooklyn Parade on Eastern Parkway. YouTube video views will be stored in your YouTube history, and your data will be stored and used by YouTube according to its terms of service.
Fair use, y'all, fair use. But did you hear Governor Cuomo's, I guess you call him a colleague, was shot in the head, and they still having that West Indian Day Parade? And Juve, when they said Joubert, that's really Juve. That's the pre-celebration. Now, this segment establishes a precedent that they have had their permits revoked in Harlem permanently. And with that history of violence, I want to know about that West Indian versus West Indian crime that they have, because conveniently they marked as black. What I'm thinking is that we can safeguard Labor Day, because that's just a celebration. Labor Day is not associated with them. It's actually an A. Philip Randolph and the Pullman Porters, who we'll get into later on during the broadcast. Or maybe we'll do that now. But first, we're going to go to this here video, okay? But Black New Yorkers, specifically foundational Black Americans, because as you can see, they delineate when they have things like the Jamaica Rising Day Parade, the Panamanian Parade, the Puerto Rican Parade, the Dominican Parade, the Guyanese Parade, the West Indian. Then they all come together to celebrate the debauchery and the violence at the West Indian Day Parade. But that don't get talked about like West Indian versus West Indian crime, and they're in our Black stats. So, for my foundational Black Americans who care to kind of put some sanctity back into Labor Day in New York, we could disassociate the Caribbean with it, from it, rather. It's not their holiday, and that's proof. It's not really associated with Labor Day. It was due to the climate. And the fact that the West Indians may have had that day that they ain't work for, okay, off, so they could all go out on the parkway and be little hoochie mamas. Well, it started where they said Manhattan or some shit. So it has nothing to do with Labor Day, so at least leave the name alone. God damn. They want everything, even a name that they ain't putting no sweat, blood, or tears into. But I'm not going to let my opinions ruin the next part of this. Let's listen to this Preserving Cultural Legacy. This is not my work, but it is the work, I think, of Pix 11. So fair use and all credit goes to them for this part of the West Indian. Oh, they got a West Indian Pride Week. You see that? Fair use.
Now carried on by his family, and this morning we're joined by his granddaughter Leah Clark Brazard, who helps run the Carlos Lizama Archive and Caribbean Cultural Center in Crown Heights, founded by her mother and father. Leah, good morning, and thank you for being here.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me today.
You know, first off, this archive contains a historical timeline dating back to the early days of Brooklyn's West Indian Day Parade. What was it like to grow up embracing this culture, organizing it, and seeing it grow each year?
It was a lot of fun, and the house was very exciting. There was never a...
Let's see if she addresses the violence. I don't know. I'm watching it with y'all for the first time. Well, this is pre-recorded part of the live. So let's see if Miss Leah Clark, that name, Clark. Let's see if she addresses the violence of the Caribbean community. Fair use.
Moment.
All year round.
Yes, all year round. And the moment you were able to read, you were involved in helping to prepare for the carnival festivities. I mean, I was 5 years old, and if I had to answer a phone and tell the patrons where to come to the carnival, who was going to be performing, okay, what train to take.
Yeah.
And our family was very involved because we were a small group, of course, with the members, and our family would participate and do activities such as, people don't know, before we had sanitation, they would clean the yard.
Look at that.
Okay. So they were very instrumental in helping to keep the culture and the festivities alive in Brooklyn for many years.
When you take a look at some of the photos behind us, some of the ones we just saw on our screen, how does that make you feel to see how much this parade has grown?
It makes...
I don't know, those outfits looked a bit African-y to me. Like, our people, they be wearing the feathers and stuff and the costumes or whatever. It didn't look indigenous, because they're not indigenous to here. Now let's see if they address the violence. Fair use.
Makes me feel very proud to be a part of the legacy. It makes me excited. It's something that I would like to pass on to my children, and I believe that it's very important to preserve our culture in the community by keeping our archives and our memorabilia alive and sharing it with the youths in the Caribbean community so that they know where Carnival started and to learn about their heritage as well.
Few people may know even that Shirley Chisholm, Brooklyn political powerhouse, played a crucial role in bringing this parade to life. Your grandfather was able to rub elbows with all kinds of people. Talk about how he was able to take those relationships and build it into this parade.
Well, Shirley Chisholm was a wonderful advisor to the organization. The house in which Mr. Lizama lived was her former home. So it has a historical component. And she ran her presidential campaigns at the house on St. John's Place, which is now the...
You know what popped into my mind? Double agent.
Historical center. And she would help us to navigate, help them to navigate the political arena. So she was a great and wonderful advisor to the organization.
Y'all heard that, right? So I did say before that we gatekeep, right? Foundational Black Americans, but we gatekeep the wrong things, right? And we don't gatekeep the right things. So this is the reason why I can't tell you who to vote for, But if you gathered anything, gained anything from this presentation, this broadcast, this live, whatever you want to call it, because I don't have any fancy slides for you or anything, okay? We thugging it out up here, but we getting the info. That local elections count. Now, Shirley Chisholm may have had a mainstream type of platform. Everybody knows her name. She's in all the resources, listed as the first Black woman to run for president. But she technically was not, right? But she was under the Democratic ticket, and she wasn't Black. She's Caribbean. And again, you see how they delineate West Indian Day Parade, West Indian American Day Parade, the Guyanese Parade, the Puerto Rican Parade, the Jamaica Rising Day Parade, and so on and so forth. So she was on the mainstream, but she was able to advise Miss Leah's there, that organization and board, I guess the legacy holders before her, on how to navigate the system. So Shirley Chisholm sat around foundational Black Americans and utilized her position and helped her people. Now, you know how hard it is. There was one bi-ethnic lady who helped us understand how to set up a nonprofit organization on TikTok. However, it was for everybody. So you could go in her room and see a Puerto Rican doing it. And so, sitting there and taking up the information. So I don't know, y'all. But we ain't gatekeep hip hop. See how that work? Goodness. And soul food is getting appropriated, but I got to tell you, that is one thing that we did. It had its own ethnic autonomy until this generation. And I just came from DoorDash. Oh, God. And I'm like, ooh, I got a taste for seafood. So I type in City Island, because at this point, I ain't going to no other restaurant, right? Y'all. Why I saw something that said seafood sold in Tings, T-I-N-G-Z. So I look at the menu. No, I did not order from them. They got soul food on there. What's supposed to be soul food. So they got baked macaroni and cheese, collard greens, seafood, some rice and peas. Or something that indicated it was Caribbean owned. The word I'm so dramatic. I'm really going to work on that. But it's horrible. Have y'all been? If you're like in the South, you may not have this issue, right? Soul food is still going to be us. But in New York, oh my God, they are messing it up, giving it. Well, people do understand Caribbean dishes from Black American dishes. So I can find people joking like, you went to a soul food restaurant? I bet you there was nothing but Caribbeans in the back cooking, stuff like that. I'm not even offended by people, and I get really offended when it comes to New York because I see the play, right? I'm more upset with the Caribbean because at one point in time, they understood how to exchange culture, share culture, but they also put down soul food, right? You find some, I want to say maybe shortly before the pandemic, that's slave food. Remember Shaka Bars? And somebody just sent me a recent post of his. And one day we was all in his chat, just chilling, and he just came after soul food. You should eat like this, because he eats a lot of vegetables, and not that slave food. And everybody was like, huh? Where that come? And they just be throwing shit out there, and we just be there trying to have enjoy the content or have the conversations.
And I'm talking about before delineation, before I knew delineation was going on. And that was around the time of the pandemic. And Jamaicans are notorious for telling us that our food is slave food or scraps. Meanwhile, they eating things like go ahead soup and stuff, right? We ain't never think to call their meals struggle meals and stuff. We just had an understanding times can get hard, so this is what you eat if you're from certain regions. We ain't know about African food. We really didn't. That stuff, that bush meat, we ain't know about none of that. I'm talking about as far as Puerto Ricans and Caribbeans go. Now I go and I get on DoorDash. Every time I get on DoorDash, there's a new restaurant appropriating soul food, and it's not even plated nicely. Like there's no presentation to it. Nothing. And I just don't know how we could safeguard soul food. However, we've been our cuisine is world, renowned, I guess you could say. People will fly into, well, at one point in time, they would fly into Harlem just to get some of our soul food, right? Because you had Sylvia's, don't give me the line, I don't remember the rest. Sylvia's family member, Melba, is catching some slack because she has foreigners cooking soul food. And I'm just laughing because I don't know what else to say, but how could we get it where it's protected that they cannot appropriate? I don't even want them cooking our food. Don't rename it to macaroni pot. Don't do none of that. Leave it alone. The same way we leave your jerk and curry alone. I don't know if it's because it's more by ethnic families. Like, I don't know the demographics of the owners who own these shops, but it's really annoying. I mean, Black Americans in New York, right? Foundational Black Americans have always had to beat the allegation that we can't cook. I gotta tell you. One lady told the comment section, New York don't deserve soul food. And I was like, what type of shit is that? Things people say to us. Only to come to DoorDash or Grubhub and see one of the reasons why some today may say that. Because them Caribbeans and them Africans too, can't leave them out, are messing up our cuisine, y'all. I showed you the damn Englander. I don't know if he was African Brit or Caribbean Brit, talking about the people over there mess up soul food. They don't make soul food in the damn UK. Beans and toast is not soul food. So, of course, whatever they think is soul food is going to be mixed up. They don't know how to pick appropriate sides. I'm just frustrated, y'all. And so, I don't know. I just wish we could safeguard every aspect of our culture. It's not even a moneymaker for us anymore. That it's like everybody's appropriating something that we can't benefit from except for nutrition. Does that make sense? Like they are making money off of ways we used to sustain our family. Because I got to tell you, growing up, even into the 90s when I had like my first two children, my uncles was always going to a soul food restaurant. I was always going to a soul food restaurant because my uncles used to be in the number holes, right? And so we had number holes and we had real soul food restaurants. I don't know what the fuck this shit is now. But shout out to people like Brother Melrose Radio that goes around and makes sure that they're authentically us. Because there's a lot of Caribbeans and a lot of Africans. And I saw one lone Puerto Rican talking about Puerto Rican food infused soul food or some mess. And his Puerto Rican food ain't look too good. I know Puerto Ricans that could cook. They not cooking our food. See, one thing about a Puerto Rican, they're going to tell you soul food is ours. They really are going to tell you it's ours. I think there was a whole video. Well, true Puerto Rican, that's wants to tell the truth. But there was a lady saying that Black Americans got the best macaroni and cheese. Collard greens are not their thing. I have neighbors that won't even take bushels of collard greens from us because they just know that's just not their thing. But everybody running around here putting our food in their restaurants and really messing it up. I'm so mad. But shout out to the ones who go around and find authentically us soul food restaurants. Now, to my restaurateurs, if that's a word, okay? I think if you in New York and you are definitely of the lineage, like we got to really verify your lineage, you should open a restaurant called Authentically Us Soul Food Restaurant. Y'all just give me a shout out, please. Maybe a free plate of food or something. But that's a dope ass name for a restaurant in New York. Authentically Us, because we looking for us. And all I'm coming up with is coconuts and bushmeat. Nah, I'm not with all that, y'all. I'm not. Fair use. Back to the research, y'all. It's really horrible. And I'm in the Bronx. So if Brooklyn is different, holla at your girl so I know where we at if I ever feel like going to Brooklyn. Thank you. Things. You know what I'm saying? So, coming from a people who, not all, because I ain't even gonna talk up for the ones who may get it. Their voices are too quiet. Have called our in New York because that February they showcased a Latino class, like an Afro-Latino class during Black History Month. And I was okay, I fast forwarded because I told you everything that was pre-recorded. What I'm not liking is the playback because I was tired, so I'm drawing out my words and it's coming off slower than it needs to be. So now what we're transitioning into is when I started realizing there's a problem in places like the Bronx because News 12 during Black History Month showcased a Hispanic class. And I had to look at the calendar and say, is this February? Like, what's going on? And also, News 12 again showcased a Caribbean woman. She had about 2-3 different places that she originated from. None of them was foundational. Gotta tell you, on Juneteenth. But that was a few years ago before I was able to tap in and understand delineation, what was the real problem behind those news stories and why they would highlight a Caribbean and stuff. It still is an active erasure, ethnocide. So, yeah. Yeah, it's horrible, y'all. Fair use. Damn, let me look at the calendar, you know. And then they showcased a Caribbean called the Caribbean Juneteenth, and she told about her history and all this other stuff. But she didn't have not one foundational Black American ancestor, not one direct foundational Black American ancestor. And I was just like, oh. Like, dang, you know, you just feel kind of out of place. You don't know what's going on. And so you get to researching and get to doing your work there and then meet others who woke up before you. And it's such a beautiful sight, but it does get frustrating. So please support foundational Black Americans with the delineation mindset. Understand that not everybody has the same capabilities. We do have people who may be sick or shut in, but want to help. And their form of help may not necessarily be donations because they're just as broke in New York, right? Not everybody is broke, but we are undergoing a form of economic castration, which we already talked about. But back to this lady and this here. I want to turn it off, but we do need to hear what they have and what they're planning. So if you are thinking about starting a nonprofit and you are definitely in New York with a delineation mindset, there's a few areas that I hope my lives brought to your attention so that the seed is planted and how you nurture and grow it is on you. I'll just come back and tell me, hey, VX, guess what I did? And I'm going to shout you out every time. I'm not going to tell you what I think should be highlighted. As a foundational Black American New Yorker, you understand what needs to be highlighted. You have to by now, okay? So, let's continue.
The finales held, we had 12 junior soloists and 8 junior steel bands, starting from 6 going to the age of 21.
Yeah,
and we're very proud to have that event every year.
Of course, and
we've been having it for 13 years actually in the community.
So what are you most looking forward to then for Monday?
For Monday, seeing, of course, the food, the Caribbean food, and seeing the beautiful costumes. Mm-hmm. And the steel bands and the smiles. And it's a wonderful event that I'm proud to be a part of every year and to celebrate.
Will you be in costume?
Maybe.
Everybody I've asked who's going to the parade, when I ask them, so what are you wearing? They're like, you're going to have to wait.
You're going to have to
I love it. The costumes, the pageantry.
Yes.
It's such a spectacle and gorgeous, and the creativity that's out there.
Absolutely.
It's really a sight to see.
Absolutely.
Here. Well, thanks so much, Leah. Great to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
All right. And be sure to join us on Monday.
So, I don't know if Leah went out there in costume or not. That's not my...
College murals, 19...
I did want to say, when I heard them laughing, I wanted to say ticklish tethers, y'all. That's what I thought of when they started laughing. I said, oh, God. But they never addressed the violence within their communities. I'm going to say this. Everybody's allowed to practice their culture without others hindering them. Hopefully next year they got the memo. Don't touch Juneteenth. I mean, it's not that hard. And now we do need to kind of reel back in Labor Day. I'm just waiting to see what happens at this year's parade. I'm going to really be watching. Jamaica Rising Day Parade did have an element of violence to it. And they know who the real problems are because they shut down the parade early. They had the cops on deck, had to change the route so that the security could move comfortably or some mess, and I'm paraphrasing. So, but yeah, everybody, and now they getting all these individual parades and stuff, and we still got to tell them to be respectful. This is why I don't care if they get deported. I don't care what job arena they're in. Industry rather. I don't care nothing about what they're doing. Time is up. They've overstayed their welcome. Now we're going to get back to the rest of the resource. You laughing at me, Shani? And the national dish of the UK is Caribbean food, not fish and chips. For real? They changed it? I thought it was always fish and chips. Well, that beans and toast, that's what it should be. That's what they known for. Fair use.
1939. Woodruff's defining masterpiece is the Amistad Mutiny mural series commissioned by Talladega College, an HBCU in Alabama, to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the 1839 revolt aboard the slave ship La Amistad. The three-panel mural depicts the mutiny led by Sengbe Pie, Joseph Cinque, the court trial in Connecticut, and the eventual return of the survivors to Africa. It stands as one of the most significant monumental representations of anti-slavery resistance in American art history. The Atlanta Years and HBCU Arts Education. In 1931, Woodruff returned to the United States during the Great Depression and accepted an invitation to join the faculty at Atlanta University, now Clark Atlanta University. He founded the university's art department and established the Atlanta University Annual Exhibitions, 1942 to 1970. This national juried exhibition provided a critical venue and economic platform for hundreds of black artists across the country who were systematically excluded from white mainstream galleries and museums. The Art of the American South. Woodruff captured the daily life, labor, and economic hardships of foundational black Americans across the rural South. His famous works, such as Poor Man's Cotton, 1933, and Southland, 1935, confronted the harsh realities of sharecropping, racial terror, and systemic poverty in the American Black Belt. Later Career and Spiral Group, New York University, and Abstract Expressionism. In 1946, Woodruff moved to New York City, becoming a professor of art education at New York University, NYU, where he taught for over 2 decades until his retirement in 1968. During this period, his style evolved to integrate African sculptural motifs with American abstract expressionism. Co-founding the Spiral Group, 1963. During the height of the Civil Rights Movement, Woodruff co-founded Spiral in New York City, alongside fellow black artists Romare Bearden, Charles Alston, and Norman Lewis. The collective met regularly to discuss the responsibility of black visual artists in the civil rights struggle, debating how aesthetics and political engagement could merge to advance black liberation. Descendants and legacy, family. Hale Woodruff married Teresa Johnston in 1931, and they had one son, Roy Woodruff. Passing. Hale Woodruff passed away in New York City on September 6, 1980, at the age of 80. Permanent impact. Today, his works are housed in major national collections, including the Smithsonian American Art Museum, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the National Gallery of Art, and the Clark Atlanta University Art Museum. His legacy endures as both a master painter who documented the heroic arc of foundational black American history and an educator who built independent institutions for future generations of artists. TLDR Summary. Bayard Rustin, 1912 to 1987, was a master strategist, pacifist, and political organizer whose genius shaped the tactics of the 20th century civil rights movement. A foundational Black American, he was the primary architect of the 1963 March on Washington and the mentor who introduced Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to Gandhian nonviolent resistance. In 1952, Rustin traveled to West and South Africa, bringing his expertise in nonviolent direct action to assist anti-colonial leaders in Nigeria, Ghana, and South Africa as they fought to dismantle British imperialism and apartheid. Heritage, lineage, and early life, ancestry, and birth. Born on March 17, 1912 in Westchester, Pennsylvania, Bayard Rustin was a foundational Black American, U.S. freedman descendant. His roots trace through generations of U.S. freedmen who survived U.S. chattel slavery in the Mid-Atlantic and Southern states. Upbringing. Rustin was raised by his maternal grandparents, Jennifer and Julia Rustin. Julia Rustin was a Quaker and a member of the NAACP, exposing young Bayard early to Quaker principles of nonviolence, racial justice, and civic resistance. Education. He attended Wilberforce University, an HBCU in Ohio, and Cheney State Teachers College, an HBCU in Pennsylvania, before moving to Harlem, New York in the late 1930s, where he studied at the City College of New York and joined the Fellowship of Reconciliation IV as a peace organizer. The 1952 visit to Africa and Strategy Exchange. In 1952, the Fellowship of Reconciliation and the American Friends Service Committee sponsored Rustin to undertake a major mission across Africa. At the time, anti-colonial movements across the continent were gaining momentum, and African leaders were seeking effective strategies to overthrow European rule without launching all-out military conflicts that would result in massacres of native populations. Assisting Kwame Nkrumah in the Gold Coast, Ghana, Rustin traveled to the Gold Coast, now Ghana, to meet with Kwame Nkrumah and leaders of the Convention People's Party, CPP. His strategic contribution, Rustin advised CPP leaders on organizing nonviolent strikes, boycotts, and positive action campaigns against British colonial administrators. Drawing on his experience organizing labor and civil rights protests in the U.S., Rustin helped structure mass mobilization tactics that minimized casualties while crippling British economic interests, accelerating Ghana's path to becoming the first sub-Saharan African nation to gain independence in 1957. Consulting in Nigeria. In Nigeria, Rustin met with independence leaders, including Nnamdi Azikiwe, advising local labor unions and political leagues on how to build multi-ethnic coalitions and use nonviolent non-cooperation to force constitutional concessions from the British Crown. Collaboration with the African National Congress, ANC, in South Africa. Rustin spent significant time in South Africa during the launch of the 1952 Defiance Campaign, a mass nonviolent protest organized jointly by the African National Congress, ANC, and the South African Indian Congress against the racist apartheid pass laws. His strategic contribution, Rustin met with ANC figures, including Walter Sisulu and Nelson Mandela, to offer technical guidance on civil disobedience. He shared tactical blueprints from the U.S. Northern direct action campaigns, such as deliberate, coordinated mass arrests to overflow local jails, economic boycotts of state-owned transportation, and training marshals in strict nonviolent discipline under police provocation. Master strategist of the U.S. Civil Rights Movement, mentoring Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., 1956. During the 1955-1956 Montgomery bus boycott, Rustin traveled to Alabama to assist Dr. King. At the time, King's home was heavily armed for self-defense. Rustin persuaded King to remove the firearms, fully adopt nonviolent philosophy, and structure the boycott around Gandhian non-cooperation tactics. Architect of the 1963 March on Washington. Serving as the chief deputy organizer alongside senior leader A. Philip Randolph, Rustin personally designed the logistical and operational apparatus for the August 28, 1963 March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. In under 2 months, he directed the transportation, security, sound systems, medical teams, and volunteer marshals that successfully brought over 250,000 people to the National Mall without a single violent incident. Hardships, marginalization, and homophobia, state surveillance and repression. As a democratic socialist, conscientious objector during World War II, for which he served 2 years in federal prison, and civil rights organizer, Rustin was targeted by FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover and subjected to relentless federal surveillance. Marginalization as an out gay man, Rustin lived openly as a gay man during an era of extreme legal and social persecution. Political enemies, and at times conservative leaders within the civil rights movement, frequently attempted to smear him, weaponizing a 1953 moral charge arrest in Pasadena to force him out of public leadership roles. Behind-the-scenes influence. Because of homophobic attacks from politicians like Senator Strom Thurmond, A. Philip Randolph, and Dr. King frequently relied on Rustin to work behind the scenes as the tactical brain of campaigns rather than serving as the public face of the organizations. Legacy. Bayard Rustin spent his final decades working as an international human rights advocate and labor organizer through the A. Philip Randolph Institute, fighting for economic justice, refugee rights, and LGBTQ+ equality. He passed away on August 24, 1987, at the age of 75. In 2013, President Barack Obama posthumously awarded Rustin the Presidential Medal of Freedom, cementing his status as one of the chief architects of modern social movement strategy. LDR Summary. Bayard Rustin's history as an openly gay man and his later advocacy for LGBTQ+ rights are thoroughly documented in primary historical records, FBI surveillance files, civil rights memoirs, and official biographies. While Rustin kept his sexual orientation private during the height of the 1950s and 1960s civil rights movement to protect the movement from political attacks, he lived openly in his personal and social life in Harlem and became an explicit public advocate for gay rights in the late 1970s and 1980s until his death in 1987.
So I didn't want to omit that aspect of him. He didn't lead with orientation first, right? He pretty much lived his life on his own accord after the work was done, right? During, but quietly after the work was done. I'm not saying stay in the closet, but with the talks of reparations, there have been some who brought up intersectionality. This should be dissected or entered when we're going for reparations. It's like sometimes we do ourselves a disjustice. Hopefully that's the right word, right? And what I mean by that is we decided we're putting behind the gender divide, we're healing from whatever colorism issues we had, and we're moving forward together while we delineate. The goal is reparations. The goal really isn't intersectionality, and some have said I don't have the range for the conversation, but here's the thing. Do you, if you're asking for like a crime bill, stuff like that, wouldn't that be covered under the hate crime bill? Like, I don't understand why we just can't get the bag. And then you open your nonprofits and everything else. So when I was researching and getting the resources for Bayard Rustin, I didn't want to omit that he was openly gay, but for civil rights, for the movement, he worked quietly so that nobody could attack the movement because he was gay. Not everybody would agree with that. Not everybody's going to agree with me. We're moving forward as one band, one sound. We have Black Christians. We have Black Muslims. Like when we start going into intersectionality and things like that, I think it kind of muddies the waters and take the focus away from the real mission. Now, when I advocate for Black people, Black and gay is included, or Black gays, however you want to say it. I'm not saying because you're gay and Black that I'm not advocating for you. I'm not doing that. I'm just under one umbrella. We're moving forward. You open your nonprofits according to your passion. Mine says history and cultural preservation, which is the goal of reparations too, right? Repair what was lost. But I don't know. I just didn't want to omit it. So I know maybe some might be like, now why she play that and this, that, and the third. But I want y'all to remember, they said he was quiet for the movement, but he lived his life after civil rights, 1970s, 1980s, until the time that he transitioned is when he was actively advocating for the LGBTQ. But even though he was openly gay, for the movement, he kept things quiet. And I think, I'm not telling our gay people to keep quiet. What I am saying is sometimes you got to forget intersectionality and move with the rest of us. Because then that causes another issue, but that's just my opinion. And that is my example in real time. Bayard Rustin. Also, what I wanted to say about Bayard is, did you hear the date that he went to Africa? 1952, I think they said. So we have always helped the continent. Bayard was able, and they always try to make it seem like civil rights happened in 1964, and yeah, we won civil rights right then. No, it took years, and Bayard going over to the continent right? And helping them with nonviolent strategies helped some of them win their independence. Did they say Ghana? So those are the two things that I wanted to point out about Bernard Rustin and why I didn't omit any information about him. Plus, it's well documented that the man was gay. Walaikum assalam, Ali. And then Ali says, we can't get the bag because we're putting the cart before the horse. We should be focused on delineation on paper first, then reparations, in my honest opinion. Do you think that, okay, so I'm still seeing comments like, well, y'all hurry up and delineate. Well, when are we delineating? Well, when we delineate, and I'm like, aren't we delineating? I think that delineation is moving forward nicely. It's aggravating and annoying as all get out, right? Because as soon as we clear a hurdle, here comes three more, maybe five, y'all, jumping at us. So I think with the wealth transfer, those who have been boycotting earlier, the reparations hearings that people are stomping the yard at, the articles, the resources, the calls to awareness, I think we're doing very nicely. I say we're delineated, but if you're on these apps, it may be different because you're still tussling with the tethers. If you're on TikTok and sometimes Twitter. So I don't know. What do you think, or where do you think we have to delineate from? I thought we were doing okay. I thought we delineated already. That's just my opinion too. Like, I thought we were delineated. But then I've been boycotting the Asians since 2016, the Africans since 2023, and I added the Caribbean in 2024. So if you filled out the census, then you'll know we're not oh, you mean disaggregation. Okay. Disaggregation. Well, the 2030 census coming up, we supposed to have something different. We know that Cali just won the SB 515. That's for employment, but they get to mark off that they're descendants of U.S. chattel slavery. So the paperwork may be a little bit longer, but I just played a resource that had some strategies, and they were instructing us like on ways we could combat our ethnocide, which does include paper G-side, to self-identify in the other box as foundational Black American. And that would kind of help, help that process along. Not a lot, because I think some of us probably did write it in, but the 2030 census, and it's still African American, but at least it's not just Black/African American. It's a start. So in that manner, yeah, I see what you're saying. But didn't the Bay, anybody from the Bay in here? Didn't y'all get a reparations proposal, a package? Like your commission literally said you can't get paid less than 97,000 annually, and it's just for y'all. Plus some more stuff. I'll look into it, and when I come back next time, hey, Black Americans House, I have info on you. Evanston, we know they got a form of reparations, but that's being under attack by the DOJ because it seems to be race based. There's somewhere else. I want to say Detroit, but I'm not sure. I think we're delineated in that the segregation, though, is a bit different. That's the paperwork. And yeah, you're right. We need to catch up there. The 2030 census should be coming up soon, of course. And that's going to have us a little bit more delineated. But if you have made it or watched the repeat, Ali, okay, the Haitians have, because I broke down how they identify in their country and how do they identify in the States. And since 2020, they've been writing in the other box that they're Haitian. And so have other Caribbean. So they've been writing in with the way, their ethnic group for at least the past 6 years on forms. I think we just louder with our movements and stuff. So it doesn't seem like everybody else delineated. But yeah. Yeah. I get you. Fair use.
Historical evidence of being openly gay in his personal and activist circles, unlike many public figures of the era who remained completely in the closet, Rustin made no effort to conceal his relationships from his close friends, colleagues, or fellow activists. Harlem and activist networks. From his arrival in Harlem in the late 1930s, Rustin was known to his peers in the Fellowship of Reconciliation for the War Resisters League and the Civil Rights Movement to be gay. Biographies based on primary correspondence, such as Lost Prophet, The Life and Times of Bayard Rustin by John D'Amelio and Bayard Rustin, Troubles I've Seen by Jervis Anderson, detail how Rustin lived with male partners and refused to live a secret life, despite the extreme legal dangers of the 1940s and 1950s. The 1953 Pasadena arrest. On January 21, 1953, while on a lecture tour in Pasadena, California, Rustin was arrested in a parked car with two men and charged with sex perversion, a misdemeanor law used at the time to criminalize homosexuality. He served 50 days in the Los Angeles County Jail. This conviction became public record and was repeatedly used by political enemies to weaponize his sexuality against him. Strom Thurmond's Senate floor attack, 1963. 3 weeks before the March on Washington, segregationist South Carolina Senator Strom Thurmond entered Rustin's 1953 arrest record and his mugshot directly into the congressional record on the Senate floor, attempting to discredit the march by labeling Rustin a pervert. A. Philip Randolph and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. held a press conference confirming their full support of Rustin as the chief organizer, refusing to remove him from his role. 2. Historical evidence of his direct advocacy for LGBTQ+ rights. In the final decade of his life, Rustin shifted a significant portion of his public intellectual work to the emerging gay rights movement, explicitly linking it to the tactics of the civil rights movement. 1986 New York City Gay Rights Ordinance. Rustin testified before the New York City Council in support of a landmark gay rights bill prohibiting discrimination in housing and employment based on sexual orientation. In his testimony, he stated, 25 years ago, I was arrested in Pasadena for homosexuality. I want to say that the question of social justice for gay people is the new frontier for human rights. Keynote address to the National Gay Task Force, 1986. Rustin delivered a widely cited speech titled, Gays Are the New Barometer of Social Change, where he argued that the bar for democracy in America was no longer just how it treated black Americans, but how it treated gay and lesbian citizens. Advocacy during the early HIV/AIDS crisis. In the mid-1980s, Rustin spoke out against the stigmatization of people living with HIV/AIDS and pushed civil rights and civil liberties organizations to treat AIDS research funding and anti-discrimination protections as core civil rights issues. Partner in a state, Rustin spent the last 10 years of his life, from 1977 until his death in 1987, with his partner, Walter Nagel. Because same-sex marriage was not legally recognized at the time, Rustin legally adopted Nagel in 1982 to protect their estate and legal rights, a strategy used by some gay couples during that era. Nagel was later accepted as the representative for Rustin's estate when President Barack Obama posthumously awarded Rustin the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2013.
And now we'll wrap up this Black August presentation with Jonathan Peter Jackson, younger brother of George Jackson. Fair use.
TLDR summary. Jonathan Peter Jackson, 1953 to 1970, was a 17-year-old revolutionary activist, writer, and radical organizer whose defiance made him an enduring martyr in the Black liberation movement. The younger brother of political prisoner George Jackson, Jonathan's entire youth was defined by the struggle against the California penal system. His life culminated in the August 7, 1970 Marin County Courthouse raid, an armed attempt to force the release of the Soledad brothers that ended in his death and ignited the annual tradition of Black August. Heritage, lineage, and early life. Ancestry and roots. Born on June 23, 1953, Jonathan Peter Jackson was a foundational Black American, U.S. freedman descendant. His family's lineage traces directly back to enslaved Black Americans who survived U.S. chattel slavery.
So I don't know if you heard, Ali. So when I was putting together the presentation of our Black activists during Black August, right, and they produced Baynard Rustin's orientation, right, the fact that he was a gay man, what stuck out to me was that so there's a lot of talks about intersectionality and reparations. Me personally, when I advocate, I don't separate us by orientation, religion, and everything like that. The goal is reparations, right? Well, you did enter when I was talking about reparations, but the reason why I decided not to omit Baynard Rustin's orientation is because they said, notice the date that he started advocating for the LGBTQ was after the work was done for civil rights. And he made a personal decision to keep, his sex life out of his work for civil rights. Everybody knew he was gay, but he didn't make it the forefront of the issue for civil rights until after civil rights was won. So that was my mindset, because there are people on TikTok who wants that to be like kind of highlighted as we go for reparations, but the goal is the bag and the repair. And I think that we could that we can get reparations, and then if that's your personal passion, you could advocate for that with the nonprofits that you set up, and you don't even have to wait for reparations to do the work that you want to do as a gay person, if that makes sense. Oh, you talking legislators? Yeah, yeah. No, I was thinking that because I know the comments that will come up. If I would have left it out, people would have been like, "Well, you know, Baynard Rustin was gay." Yeah, I know, and so was James Baldwin. But they worked for the good of the lineage first, and then their sexual orientation came afterwards. He was compromised. And then I also brought up the date, 1952. He went to Africa to strategize with them for nonviolent strategies, right? And that's why they wanted him with the civil rights movement. So he had a history of nonviolent measures before even going to Africa in 1952. So when they say that we didn't help them and all of that, and everybody acts like civil rights was won, it was fought for in 1964 and won in 1964, that's not the case. We had people like Baynard Rustin already in action and traveling internationally. And he was biracial, if not mistaken. They say his mom was like a Quaker, and that's where he got nonviolence from. So I thought that was interesting to put. And I'm going to go ahead and finish this out, right? Fair use.
In the South before his family migrated west. Family and upbringing. He was the youngest of 5 children born to Lester Jackson, a post office worker, and Georgia B. Jackson. Raised in Pasadena, California, Jonathan grew up under the shadow of his older brother George's indefinite imprisonment in 1961 for a $70 gas station robbery. Formative political consciousness. Seeing his family's relentless, fruitless efforts to secure George's parole through legal channels radicalized Jonathan at an early age. By his mid-teens, he abandoned traditional youth pursuits to dedicate his life to prison abolition and political organizing and revolutionary work. Soledad Brothers Defense Committee. As a teenager, Jonathan worked tirelessly for the Soledad Brothers Defense Committee, organizing rallies, printing literature, and speaking publicly to raise awareness about the frame-up of George Jackson, Fleta Drumgo, and John Clutchette. Intellectual contributions. Recognized for his analytical mind and sharp writing, Jonathan authored political pamphlets and essays analyzing state violence and prison labor. Passages attributed to Jonathan were later incorporated into George Jackson's seminal political book, Blood in My Eye. Security work. Due to constant threats against activists, Jonathan also worked closely with political figures like Angela Davis, serving in security and logistical capacities for the defense campaign. The August 7, 1970 Marin County Courthouse armed raid. Recognizing that the California state apparatus intended to execute or murder his brother inside the prison system, 17-year-old Jonathan planned an audacious direct action attempt to force a hostage negotiation. The takeover. On August 7, 1970, Jonathan walked into the Marin County Hall of Justice in San Rafael, carrying a satchel concealed with automatic weapons. He entered the courtroom of Judge Harold Haley, where San Quentin inmate James McLean was on trial. Arming incarcerated men, Jonathan drew his weapons and announced the takeover. He armed McLean and 2 incarcerated black witnesses, Ruchel Chinque, McGee, and William A. Christmas. Together, they took Judge Haley, Deputy District Attorney Gary Thomas, and 3 jurors hostage, demanding the immediate release of the Soledad brothers. The shootout and death. The group moved the hostages into a rented getaway van. As Jonathan attempted to drive away, San Quentin prison guards and law enforcement officers opened fire on the vehicle, despite the presence of civilian hostages. In the hail of bullets, Jonathan Jackson, William Christmas, James McLean, and Judge Haley were killed, while Ruchel McGee and prosecutor Gary Thomas were critically injured. Legacy and impact. Birth of Black August. Jonathan Jackson's death on August 7, 1970, followed 1 year later by the assassination of his brother George on August 21, 1971, became the foundational anchor for Black August. Established by incarcerated black men in California prisons in the late 1970s, Black August is observed every year to honor political prisoners, remember freedom fighters, and maintain radical political education. Posthumous son. 8.5 months after his death, Jonathan's son, Jonathan Jackson Jr. was born. Jonathan Jr. grew up to become an author and visual artist, documenting his family's generational struggle against state repression. Symbol of youth resistance. George Jackson dedicated his final writings to Jonathan, describing him as a black man-child who died courage in one hand, assault rifle in the other, cementing Jonathan's place as an iconic symbol of uncompromising resistance among foundational black American revolutionaries.
Now, as I said before, Black August was co-opted, right? You heard from the resource, George Jackson of the Soledad Brothers, birthed, right? The instances of his life, the way he was harmed judicially, right? The way that he died was erroneously sentenced. The way everybody stood behind him and tried to break him out of jail. His writings, the protests that happened afterward, birthed Black August. But the Pan-Africans, look at the calendar. I ain't make this calendar up. If you go to Facebook and type in Black August calendar, a lot of calendars will come up. This is the one that it got a little difference in the top banner there, but this is pretty much the one that I was operating from since about, I guess it came to my attention around 2015, 2016, and every day I'd pick a box, right? Because it's supposed to correspond with the days of the month. And I would do all this, but look at that, Marcus Garvey. They don't even have George Jackson. Hold on. And I noticed this. Now they have.
Now we just talked about this, right? Because this was like pre-recorded, and I'm gonna stop talking because I be making my pre-records late at night, and you could tell I'm tired from the way I'm drawing out my words. But this is what I was saying earlier before, and I want to say thank you to the people entering the chat. Please like, share, subscribe, check the bio. Look, Marcus Garvey has his own box. Jonathan Jackson does have his own box, and rightfully so. He deserves it. Now, here, at first, I didn't know what they meant by Turner and Jackson. All I saw was George Jackson doesn't have his own box, and this may seem petty, but I just was trying to show how we highlight others. See that? Nelson Mandela, Marcus Garvey, and they will have you think Marcus Garvey is the father of Pan-Africanism. But Turner and Jackson, that is George Jackson, right? And Nat Turner on the same day, August 21st. But they co-opted this daggone, well, let me not say this daggone. They co-opted Black August and included, and this is what I can say, daggone. They included daggone Jamaica, Steve Biko. Now, I don't have no problem with Steve Biko. I even read his writing and stuff like that, but I'm just trying to show the harm of why does everybody know Marcus Garvey's name? You rarely hear Medgar Evers talked about, but if you watch my previous lives, maybe about 2 before this one, I speak about Medgar Evers and go into depth about his work, his family life, and what the family is doing today because they do have a Medgar Evers College in Brooklyn, New York. And it was taking affirmative action at one point in time. I'm not sure if they still have it now, though. Because they ain't supposed to, if I know affirmative action correctly, what happened with that. But I do think some places were able to maintain it. It was just for a certain demographic, but don't quote me on that. Oh, y'all can write the correct answer in the chat. I don't mind the education. But this is what I was saying. So we highlight others who migrated here into already ongoing movements. Why does Marcus Garvey, Nelson Mandela, Stephen Biko, Jamaica, Haiti, and I gotta say Fidel Castro, right, have their own boxes and George Jackson doesn't? Like, it doesn't make sense to me the way that we have highlighted foreigners over our own folks. And so I just wanted to talk about the origin of Black August being George Jackson of the Soledad brothers. So also, let me play the rest of it. No, if you look at the first live that I did about Black August, it'll have George Jackson's writings. And since I still have y'all attention, we are going to conclude Black August. I kind of compress the foundational Black Americans into 3 days, but there is a wealth of knowledge out there about our freedom fighters, not necessarily events that took place in Black August. If you check the first two Black Augusts, you should hear about freedom fighters from certain towns and in certain instances that they had to endure in places like Winston-Salem, North Carolina, Allensworth, um, Athens, Alabama. I even entered Greensboro Hill, right? Now, I didn't talk about Katrina. I did talk about Houston, Texas. I didn't talk about Angela Davis, like people that we normally talk about. It could come up in everyday conversation. I really didn't highlight it for these lives, but that doesn't stop y'all from talking about it on your own. I just wanted to get um, some of the lesser talked about history out there. And that's the way I chose to celebrate Black August. I also have this here, wait, calendar, right? That I made myself and I took off. And it took me a while. Yeah, I was so frustrated. I told y'all I was coming live August 15th and we was going to have Black August. I decided to make a new calendar and take out the foreign names and just leave our people on there to do this, y'all. It took so much out of me, and I was just like frustrated. Plus, some other stuff was going on. I ain't go live till August 16th, but I'm happy I did, and I'm happy that y'all stayed to engage with the content again. My platform is designed to combat narratives, tropes, stereotypes, and fallacies and to highlight us, right? Amplify foundational Black American voices. I do have some video, and I hope y'all really enjoyed it. You just watch it back to back to back so that you could get the full premise of what I was trying to do. And hopefully it resonates with y'all, and y'all will go ahead and share the information if you learned something new, right? We also dissected how the Haitians identified because of who I call Miss Bobblehead over there lying about our history, saying that Haiti, I mistook her for talking about Wall Street, but she was talking about Black Wall Street. No, no, no. Haiti's gold did not start Black Wall Street. We started the wealth that we had in our Black towns. We did that. That had nothing to do with Haiti. Like I'm sick of them. And no matter all they have to do is say, we're sorry, they could keep the apology, but I'm saying if they had came to us correctly, we're a little nervous. We don't know what to do. We don't want to go back. If there's anything that you could do to help, but all this other appropriating our culture and our history and diminishing our ancestors' shine, I'm gonna say, the things they had to endure, they are annoying. And they don't know the definition of words. You lying on our history is, and look what I found out. Them lying on our history is not going to make us help them any more than we are doing now. Like, it's just not going to work. So, what I did find out, right? And I think I lost my point, goddammit, because my mind just be racing. But yeah. Oh, so this is what I found out. That they really are being deported without having a TPS. Not the TPS people who lost their TPS, but there are Haitians slated for denaturalization and deportation. So those with the blue passports teasing, okay, other Haitians who have lost their TPS, y'all ain't safe. Deportation is a way of life. And if you're from places like New York, I'm pretty sure if a Floridian is in the chat, they'll tell us how many Haitians was deported from Florida. Here where I'm at, it was the Jamaicans. And sometimes they looked up and had UK, how you call it, citizenship. So they got deported to the UK as opposed to the island. But I'm not helping anybody and they over here running amok. We get their crime and their single motherhood rates are in our statistics too. So when Ali says we need to delineate, and I'm like, well, wait, we delineated already. He's talking about what I just said, how their crime stats and everything are in our stats. So I call that disaggregation, but now I get it because I was like, dang, but I thought we was delineated. So delineation is like the boycotts and just, and starting the advocacy and stuff like that, right? And it's a social name too. Disaggregation is the paper aspect of it all. So that's what Ali was talking about. That's why I was a little confused. Like, dang, I thought we delineated. But I do have, the Jamaicans had to come up, right? But let me see what I have before that. Because there's always an African in the mix. Um, so I think y'all really need to rewind this when I shut down because I showed everybody that term Afro descendant, who's the president of the Afro descendant nation. I showed who started the term, how they went over to Peru, sat with some Afro Latino type people, and came up with this blanket term, how they showed up in our New York reparations hearings talking about we need to declare ourselves Afro descendant, and that's all one big scheme for global reparations, y'all. Please tell your elders who are not on the internet, tell your youth, whoever's busy, even if they are on here, they may not have that information. But don't declare yourself anything Afro descendant that just leads to our erasure and our ethnocide. We are not fighting for global reparations at this time, and I think they need to be happy that we're not. All we're saying is we're focusing on the slavery system that was here under our government. U.S. chattel slavery. These people want global reparations and they're willing to blanketly identify as Afro descendant. And I'm going to tell you the harm in that too. Besides causing further erasure to us, we will be left, we don't really have a definition. Anyway, that's why Foundational Black American fits. That's why Yvette Clarke, Roland Martin, all of them, Joy Ann Reid, can say they're African American because it's been redefined. But with Afro descendant now, that's even worse. But what's really diabolical is that the bobblehead Haitian, who was trying to say that Haiti's gold started Black Wall Street, says we're all Black, we're all the same, we're all the same group. I know I'm Haitian. I'm proud to have Haiti tatted on my neck. If you watch the second Black August live that I did, right? It shows that the Haitians and other Caribbean have been marking Black, but writing in their ethnic group Haitian, Jamaican, or even Caribbean since at least the 2020. I think it's before then, but this is what the resource pulled up. Since 2020. So when they on these apps saying they all see us as Black and they stand the third, we the same people, they've been differentiating themselves all this time. Now they want us to come back and write Afro descendant, but I bet you though, and that means that's just what Black Americans are. We not saying we foundational anything like that or descend from U.S. chattel slavery. We would say that we're descended from the continent because we're Afro descendant. Meanwhile, I bet you the Haitians, the Jamaicans, all these other people were still identified by their ethnic group because the Haitian, if you rewind it, stood up and was talking that us, we, our reparations was paid. The 40, he was talking about 40 acres and a mule, but they took it back. So give us the land back, the machines to till the land. And then at the end, when he realized that wasn't going to fly, He was like, yeah, Afro descendant fits because I'm as a Haitian. Black Americans, well, he probably said African Americans, will get their reparations, and I will get my reparations from France. So shouldn't be no tension. I don't believe his sneaky ass. He already started with us, we, our. And he ain't us, we, or our. So y'all rewind the live is very good information. We got to keep informed about the sneakiness of what they're doing, and it also lends credibility to when I say they're beating us out by having nonprofits. We need to get our nonprofits up and running because depending on how you network and stuff, when you go AfroDescendantNation.org, right? Afrodescendant Nation now is in front of the UN, speaking for everybody, which would include us. But it's a global movement. They want everybody to identify as Afro descendants. And everybody will be allowed to keep their own ethnic autonomy. But guess who won't? Us. So I want y'all to rewind that. And then the next slide I have, we can discuss it. But I want to get into the way the Caribbeans identify because we found out and AI is live. And some of y'all already said this, so this is not to diminish what you told me before, but I finally, I'm not parrot talking here. I went and got the resources to spread the word, credible sources, and all of that. But it was confirmed on AI's live that the Trinidadian census does not say black at all. It says African or African descent. I always knew they weren't the largest ethnic group on that island, right? The East Indians have them beat. What I didn't know was that the East Indians were literally in charge. And do you know the East Indians told the African Trinidadians, because they ain't black, see, we got to research the islands because they be all over. We all black. They all see us the same. If you ain't black, you ain't black because your homeland says you're not black. Haiti made their black general. It's called Noir, and they struck down all colonial racial caste system or elements to the way they identified black to include the Polish and Germans. So how are we all black? Because we don't make our white people black. Like we know that we have some who helped during certain movements, but we ain't making them black. They just may be called allies, if that. But because they helped us, we ain't making them black. The Haitians made the white people black. They're called Noir. And the other Caribbeans, like Jamaicans, they may say black. They'll say African/black. That's a play off of. Because we had our racial caste system since the first census, but even before then in places like Virginia and New York and stuff like that. But they too don't really have it where it's similar to ours. And I get the resource to say all of that, y'all. I show them the differences in all of that. And I think that it's best if we have the resources, have it out there, instead of just saying, here, you don't identify as us. So that way they can't beat the proof. They know the truth, but they can't beat the proof. Because on them apps, they be getting on my nerves. We all black, they all see us the same. You're literally African and your country says you are. And I showed the resource here for places like New York, how the indigenous are not connected to Africa, but were pushed into the Negro and mulatto and what else was it? I guess black, right? Identifiers here in the States, New York to be specific, right? And they intermingled with the African, but they were not African. So how could black or Negro mean Africa? And I've been saying that all this time, right? But I finally put it on here so people could just say, oh, okay, I see what she's saying. There's whole resources out there. And they know this, they just don't want to research. But I don't want to keep monologuing and stuff. And thank you, the Black American House. We're going to get to how the Caribbean identifies, but there are some videos that I just wanted to show first, and I want to make sure that I have them lined up correctly. So I'm going to say fair use.
This is for entertainment purposes only.
The so-called black community in America is fake. It is a facade. It does not exist. A bunch of fakes, basically. I say this because modern day slavery is not history in Africa. It's not history because it's happening right now. You just saw the video. That's 2026. Okay? There's slaves in Africa today. And guess what? Not one person from Black Lives Matter cares.
Now, sir, I hope you know this video is pathetic. Why are you not taking your African self over there to try and figure out what the problem is and how to resolve it? Why are you coming at Black Americans as if that problem that you're dealing with right now with enslavement in 2026 is our issue? That's your problem you need to go fix, African. That's cowardice. This is the same cowardice we continue to bring up about you and your people. Over 1 billion of you out there and there's still rampant slavery. All the men out there, y'all won't do nothing about it. Look at your people. Look at your people. Y'all have been enslaved for millennia, multiple millennia. But you think they got something to do with Black Americans? Fix your problems, man. Go home. Take all these people that y'all got over here, living in the lap of luxury off of our backs. Go home and fix your shit. Go home and fix this.
Yes, go see when Black Americans say go home and fix your shit, it's because it works. If it didn't work, y'all wouldn't be over here enjoying the amenities that we have. You be over there with them, and I ain't wishing this on them, but you be going through the hardships, right? You have to go over there and fight. There's no way to get your people out of bondage or to build infrastructure if you don't go back and take the Pan-Africans with you. Because you're going to need the labor. Fuck. And they over here messing up stuff for us. I'm like tired of them. If they're not trying to make us identify one blanket way so that we're further erased, less defined, and we don't get repaired specifically for us while they all being repaired, like it's enough. It really is. And I'm not going to keep monologuing. Hey, Angelique, I'm still up here. We're getting into the Caribbean right now. We just finished the Black August special. But shout out to Brother Vic of My Black Universe. There's going to be 3 quick videos that I want to show y'all. And I just realized I've been up here for 4 hours. I want to show you this and then play some of how the Caribbean identifies and come back with the ending later because I'm going to go ahead and eat and decompress since I've been up here for so long. But Brother Vic went into a Caribbean live. And remember how Ghana's president came to the Negro burial ground and we protested? And there were people so upset with us. Well, something similar happened to the Caribbean. Watch this. Fair use.
Brace yourself, and if you have young children in the room, you might want to.
But you jump up here. The able care wait enough space. I got it down there still in a minute. Go clean up some land. Go clean up some.
You think you can come to Jamaica, come own land so big idiot woman? You think I said that? The Akan language now have nothing to do with fucking Africa.
Oh.
Just in case you didn't catch that, she said, Our blood clot language ain't got nothing to do with Africa. Ooh. Don't that sound like delineation? Don't that sound like ethnogenesis? Don't that sound like, hey, we are so far removed from our African roots that we are a distinct ethnicity now? Don't that sound like that? And she's right. If anything, patois is more so akin to Gaelic, which is Irish speak. I'm just saying.
So, Brother Vic, and he's going to explain it, he had to break it down in three parts because each time he listened to the playback, he realized what they were saying because patois is just not his thing, right? Of course it's not. That's not our language, right? So he comes back with the second video. Watch this. Fair use.
I'm going to let him continue.
God, wait till them find out. She said they speak the African language. Yes, still, you know what, Virginia, what I find interesting, the Ghanaian government came to Jamaica the other day, right? Him going to the House of Parliament, him doing 1576. But him didn't seem to go to no Maroon community.
So wait, I didn't hear that part when I listened to it because, patois, you gotta be able to sit with it. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be able to sit down, then kind of slow it down and rerun. Wait a minute, so Ghana is basically taking their bullshit on tour. Oh, see, now they understand. See, when Ghana was talking about, slave is the worst thing, everybody was like, oh, yeah. Everybody was like, hey, hey. And now that they come into your islands, it's a problem. Sounds hypocritical. Once again, it's not to disparage or disrespect. We just are tired of being disrespected. This is what we're talking about. See, when it happens to you, now it's like, oh my gosh, a bumbleclot, hey. So they do understand how we feel. They do understand our perspective. It wasn't happening to them at that moment. So it was like, ha, it's like the Nelson from Simpsons. Point and laugh. And then when it happens to you, that's like, it's a problem because it's cool when they do it. It's a problem when we do it. Word to finesse 2 times.
And here's the final one of Brother Vic's videos pertaining to this subject, fair use.
Oh, I wonder why. And there's like several. Nobody never got John the Bolas. Nobody never got Nanny Tone.
You notice them never can talk about them family. The man come talk about theme bloodline and theme granny. She not come talk about fear mother when they know her father, She come and talk about the man where the man said, God, hey woman, boy, I want them before the whole and go over them.
Me don't tell me I want civil war.
You come from a continent, one big whole continent. I want to look outside that. I want them deal with no see them done a deal with no already. Hold on, no work and go over there.
The more them go over there,
Donald
just
Trump
start
need to sign a treaty to get rid of all of these wannabe African off of the land. Get rid of them DNA tests. You know tribe, no know them come from them. Granny not teach them nothing. Get rid of them.
Forgive me, I'm running this. As I'm running it back, I'm listening as hard as I can. But see, I understood the DNA test. So once again, mind you, be one family. Every time we talk about issues and stuff, when we say it, divisive. You're divisive. You just want to separate. You don't want to be around anybody. You're such a big bully. You're a big bully and you're mean. And as soon as it happened to them, say, whoa, she's like, no, give it to them. Give it a DNA test. She don't want nothing to do with Africa. She don't want nothing to do with Africa. We say, hey, look, we don't hate Africa. We're not Africans. We're not generic Africans. And we refuse to be called that. You're not going to label us. You know what I'm saying? Like when the gays and the LGBTs and the trannies for sure try to label black women cis, C-I-S. And they say, no, I'm just a woman. Stop trying to label me. You know what I'm saying? Respect. I respect that, but don't do that and then don't give me deference to do the same. Like don't show me deference. Like, hey, man, we understand, we respect it. Y'all your own ethnic group. Y'all want to rock the way you want to rock? Cool. But don't do like that and say, hey, man, we damn the DNA test. We are Jamaica. Africa was too many moons ago before it didn't matter, before we have any influence. We're Jamaica. And then we say, hey, we're the foundation of Black America. They suck their teeth. I can't even do it.
Okay, he just over there kissing his teeth, trying to imitate them. But so if y'all didn't catch it, when the Ghanaian president came, he didn't go into the maroon community. Now, maybe a lot of y'all didn't hear when I said this. The Jamaicans aligning with I said, well, it depended on which Jamaican you talk to. Some will say the Maroons were Indians. Some will say the Maroons were African. I said, depending on which Jamaican you talk to, all of this here, them aligning with the Africans, is fairly new because there are Jamaicans that don't even say they are of African descent. So all of this new stuff of they want us to identify as African. This shit was just really weird to me, and then it became normal that they just gonna go against us to go against us. But I be knowing, right? So that's what she was saying. The Ghanaian president came here, but notice he never went into the maroon communities. I took that to mean she was calling them African. Because if you come to Jamaica, right, but you don't go visit who's saying they're African, what are you coming for? We don't want to be bothered with you. That's the way I was taking her statements. And the other one's name is Aborigine. And she probably be in the rooms, the American Indian rooms, the Pan American room. that because she was hitting a lot of points that they be hit. So I kind of wanted to get that background, but I wanted to know more about the Ghanaians' visit to Africa. So I went to the resources, of course. Listen to this, y'all. Fair use.
TLDR summary. President John Dramani Mahama made a 4-day state visit to Jamaica from August 2nd to August 5th, 2026. The trip focused on expanding South-South economic trade, advancing joint advocacy for transatlantic reparations, and reinforcing historical ties during Jamaica's 64th independence celebration. Key outcomes included plans for direct flights, healthcare worker recruitment, defense/cultural MOUs, and port transshipment collaboration. When the visit took place, dates, August 2nd to August 5th, 2026. Context, the visit coincided with Jamaica's emancipation and 64th independence celebrations. Why the president went to Jamaica? Economic transformation. Shift relations from purely historical ties toward active commercial partnerships, leveraging the presidency of Ghana and the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA. Reparatory justice. Join high-level reparations dialogues at the University of the West Indies alongside CARICOM leadership to push for global accountability for the transatlantic slave trade. Cultural and ancestral reconnection. Lay wreaths at the Marcus Garvey Shrine and visit the preserved Ghanaian village houses at Seville Heritage Park. Solidarity. Reaffirm ties following Ghana's assistance and humanitarian support provided to Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa. Key outcomes of the visit. Direct air connectivity, fast-tracking the bilateral air services agreement in the Ghanaian parliament to enable direct flights between Accra and Montego Bay. Healthcare and education exchanges, agreement on recruiting Ghanaian health professionals to Jamaica, and organizing exchange programs for teachers in science, physics, and mathematics. Bilateral agreements signed, finalized memorandums of understanding, MOUs, covering defense cooperation, arts and culture, and trade expansion through the Office of the Prime Minister of Jamaica. Port and logistics links, exploratory plans to link the Port of Kingston as a Caribbean gateway, with Ghana's ports as a entry point to West Africa.
Did y'all really hear what they said about laying wreaths on Marcus Garvey's I don't even know if Marcus Garvey is buried there, but his shrine or something like that? It's the same play that he Ghana tried to pull here in New York, except he stayed longer in New York. And Carol Khan was with him. So a lot of people was upset with us. I don't really know what the Jamaicans were saying about us protesting in Ghana, but the simple fact that I got the Caribbean rooms blocked and I got mostly all the Pan African rooms except for a few. They're the ones that I can sit in and tolerate. They ain't doing too much, you know? Because I'm tired of they bullshit. But I'm not gonna say I know those Jamaicans, but I know some of that type. And so that's why I was like on TikTok really confused about some of the things that the New Yorkers were coming up saying, no matter who they were, the Pan African New Yorkers, the Latinos up there crashing out and about they created hip hop. It was just really weird when I first got on TikTok. Now I'm a pro at navigating it because all you got to do is tell the truth. We have the truth on our side. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so I thought that was interesting to show. So when they all over there trying to act like they all one with the Africans and stuff, they ain't even one with each other. Some think the Maroons are Indians, some think the Maroons are Africans. I don't know, but the Ghanaian president didn't go to the Maroons, but he went to lay a wreath at Marcus Garvey burial ground. I guess he don't really know Marcus Garvey's history, So Ghana could get scammed if they want, or because Ghana's a bunch of scammers, allegedly. Let me say, but we're going to get into the real, the next part of how the Jamaicans, the Caribbeans actually identify, and I just kind of want to get this out the way. The Caribbean, yeah, and it's going to have English speaking Caribbean, non English speaking Caribbean. I just want to put a resource to some of the things that we do combat here on all platforms, right? All apps. Because they always want to say we all black anyway, but they're not black in their homeland or they're not black like us. So when they be like, Black Americans don't own blackness, oh yes, the hell we do. You over here in our country, we own blackness, and they're emulating us throughout the globe. They're gonna cut it out. Fair use.
Afro-descendant. However, Belize stands out as the primary regional exception where censuses use distinct ethnocultural markers, Creole and Garifuna, with regional exception where censuses use distinct ethnocultural markers, Creole and Garifuna, with African heritage rather than a generic black box. Census identifiers across the region. Belize does not use black as a primary census term. Instead, it measures African heritage through distinct cultural and ethnic categories, Creole, Belizean Creole, and Garifuna, Afro-Indigenous. Trinidad and Tobago. The Central Statistical Office uses African, or Afro-Trinidadian, on its official population census form, alongside East Indian, mixed, and indigenous options, rather than relying solely on black. Dominican Republic and Spanish-speaking islands. The Dominican Republic census traditionally uses skin tone descriptor categories, such as Moreno, Indio, or Mulatto, or broad classifications rather than black or explicit Afro-descendant census fields. English-speaking Anglophone Caribbean, Jamaica, Barbados, St. Lucia, Grenada, etc. National statistical offices exclusively offer black as the standard race ethnic selection on census questionnaires. LDR summary. Outside of English language censuses using the term black, the primary non-English official demographic descriptor used on Caribbean island censuses for people of African descent is Negro, or Negra. Where census choices are in English, the designation explicitly listed is African. Non-English island descriptors. For Spanish-speaking Caribbean territories, censuses conducted in Spanish use Negro, or Negra, as the official term. Puerto Rico, U.S. Census Bureau. On the Spanish-language U.S. Census form, the category corresponding to Black/African American is listed explicitly as Negro, alongside Raza Negra or Afro-Americano. Cuba and the Dominican Republic. On official national statistical surveys, the standard Spanish demographic option for unmixed African ancestry is Negro/A, while mixed descendants are cataloged under Mulatto/A or Moreno/A. English-speaking African designation. For Caribbean islands using English where the descriptor is strictly not black, the proper census term used is African. Trinidad and Tobago. The Central Statistical Office officially lists the category on census documentation as African, or African descent, rather than using black as the primary header. No, neither Jamaica nor Barbados use non-English terms like Negro. Both islands use English language questionnaires, but their official statistical agency labels differ. Jamaica uses black, while Barbados officially uses African or African descent. Jamaica versus Barbados census designations. Jamaica, the Statistical Institute of Jamaica, Staten, lists the official primary ethnicity category as black. It does not use Negro or Afro. Barbados, the Barbados Statistical Service, BSS, categorizes the majority population as African or African descent, rather than black, as the primary racial heading on its official census form. Summary. Most Caribbean statistical agencies ask for a single category, typically labeled ethnic origin or ethnicity, unlike the United States Census, which strictly separates race and Hispanic ethnicity into two distinct questions. How Caribbean censuses structure categorization. Single question approach. The U.S. Census uses a two-part format. Question 1. Are you Hispanic/Latino? Question 2. What is your race? In contrast, CARICOM nations, including Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, and Barbados, typically present a single drop-down or checkbox field. Variable terminology. The header for this single field is usually named ethnic origin or ethnicity, though it lists groups that the U.S. would separate into race and ancestral origins, e.g., African/Black, East Indian, Chinese, mixed. National Census Field Formats. Jamaica. The Statistical Institute of Jamaica, Staten, asks a single question under ethnic origin. The primary response options are listed as Black, Mixed, East Indian, Chinese, and Caucasian/White. Trinidad and Tobago. The Central Statistical Office uses a single question titled Ethnic Group, or Ethnicity. Options explicitly include African, East Indian, Mixed, African/East Indian, Mixed, Other, Chinese, Indigenous/Amerindian, and Caucasian. Barbados. The Barbados Statistical Service uses a single ethnicity/ethnic origin metric, listing categories like African/Black, Mixed, White, and East Indian. Puerto Rico, U.S. territory. Because Puerto Rico is surveyed by the U.S. Census Bureau, it is the primary Caribbean exception that follows the two-question model, asking Hispanic origin separately from race. DR Summary. Modern self-reported ethnic categories like African, Black, Creole, and Garifuna replaced colonial racial classifications, Negro, Mulatto, Colored, during the post-independence censuses of the 1960s and 1970s, with CARICOM further standardizing these regional designations in 1991. Key timeline of census category shifts: pre-independence and early colonial censuses, 1844 to 1950s. Under British colonial administration, e.g., West Indian censuses of 1844, 1911, 1921, and 1943, censuses did not use modern ancestral terms. They relied on physical racial classifications, explicitly using Negro, Mulatto, Colored, or White. 1960 Population Census of the Commonwealth Caribbean. This was the transitional census conducted just before independence for many islands. It began replacing physical/color descriptions with broader group identifiers, like African or Black, depending on the individual island's statistical department. 1970, post-independence censuses, Jamaica, Trinidad, and Tobago, Barbados. Following independence, 1962 to 1966, national statistical offices fully took over. Trinidad and Tobago, 1970. The Central Statistical Office officially established African, alongside East Indian, Mixed, etc., as the primary census identifier. Barbados, 1970. The Barbados Statistical Service adopted African/African descent as its standard designation. Jamaica, 1970. The Statistical Institute of Jamaica, Staten, standardized Black as the primary demographic entry for unmixed African origin. 1980 and 1991 Regional Census Coordination. Belize introduced Creole and Garifuna as distinct ethnic options in its 1980 and 1991 censuses to replace generic Black classifications. In 1991, the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, established a standardized regional census framework codifying ethnic origin options, African, Black, East Indian, Creole, Garifuna, across member states. DR Summary. The United States established a rigid binary racial caste system long before the sovereign Caribbean nations defined their modern censuses, but the independent Caribbean islands did not copy the U.S. model. Instead, Caribbean nations developed distinct census categories reflecting their own local histories, majority populations, and post-colonial politics. The U.S. racial caste model versus Caribbean censuses. The U.S. binary framework, the early U.S. Census, beginning in 1790, operated as a tool to enforce a legal white supremacist racial hierarchy, distinguishing free whites, slaves, and free-colored persons. By the 20th century, the U.S. institutionalized the legal one-drop rule, meaning any detectable African ancestry legally and socially categorized an individual as Black, Negro, creating a strict binary caste system. Distinct Caribbean evolution. Caribbean islands developed under different demographic and colonial realities. Because European settlers were a small minority, colonial authorities maintained complex intermediate social hierarchies based on color, class, and origin, e.g., Negro, Mulatto, Musti, Sambo. Why the Caribbean did not copy the U.S. Demographics and political control. Unlike the U.S., where Black Americans were a minoritized group under a white majority, post-independence Caribbean islands were governed by Black and Afro-descendant majorities. Their censuses were designed to reflect national integration, not white control. Local ancestral markers. Rather than adopting the U.S. construct, Caribbean statistical offices built questionnaires tailored to their specific ethnic compositions. Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. Developed categories centered on the major distinction between African and East Indian populations following post-slavery indentured labor. Belize explicitly rejected generic labels in favor of distinct cultural identities, Creole and Garifuna. Barbados, chosen terminology, African/African descent, reflects a Pan-African ancestral framing rather than the U.S. racial designation. Summary of differences feature: United States Census Model, Anglophone Caribbean Model, historical purpose. Enforce a strict binary racial hierarchy and one-drop rule. Measure national demographics in majority black, plural societies. Question structure. Separates race from Hispanic, Latino ethnicity. Uses a single ethnic origin ethnicity field, primary category. Historically used Negro/African American. Uses African, Black, or specific cultural groups, Creole, Garifuna. TLDR summary. Yes, absolutely. While both share direct ancestry, blackness in the United States and blackness in the Caribbean function completely differently because of distinct legal histories, demographic proportions, and how social identity is constructed. Key differences between U.S. and Caribbean concepts of identity. Demographic reality, minority versus majority. In the United States, Black Americans have historically existed as a minoritized group within a white-dominated demographic and institutional power structure. In the Anglophone Caribbean, people of African descent form the overwhelming majority, often 80% to 90% plus of the island, meaning state power, institutions, culture, and national identity are rooted in African-descended leadership. The one-drop rule versus multi-tiered continuum. The U.S. constructed a strict binary racial legal system driven by the one-drop rule. If a person had any known African ancestry, they were legally and socially categorized as black. The Caribbean developed multi-tiered social, class, and shade continuums under colonial rule, where historical color, lineage, and geographic origins created distinct social categories rather than a single U.S.-style binary. Race versus national/ethnic priority. In the U.S., Black functions as a primary racial identity that unifies people across regions. In the Caribbean, individuals typically identify first by their national and ethnic lineage, such as Jamaican, Barbadian, Bajan, Trinbagonian, Creole, or Garifuna, rather than treating a broad racial label as their primary cultural identity. Ethnic autonomy and trajectory. The legal and rebellious path to emancipation, post-slavery history, and cultural evolution of Black Americans within the U.S. colonies and states represents a distinct historical trajectory that belongs solely to that ethnic group. Conflating this history with Caribbean, Haitian, or broad Afro-descendant terms erases the specific legal, historical, and cultural autonomy of both communities.
Wanted to break down that our blackness is not their blackness, and I'm gonna go ahead
too
and
angry.
read this last
Let it
part of the
play.
resource and get back into our program. So when I say
I sounded, I pre-recorded it, but I heard my voice. I said I sound a little too angry to let it play now. I'm not in that same energy. Somebody must have pissed me off, but I said we gonna get to the bottom of how to identify. Um, so these are the agencies that are fighting specifically for us. I asked them not to use ADOS for the simple fact that we already know ADOS is an organization, but the Slack is on, well, they're calling FBA Slack, saying that we don't do the work. Not ADOS, somebody from ADOS. That we don't do the work and stuff, but we do have advocacy groups that actually stomp the yard for the lineage. But I guess people just don't get the memo. So I'm going to say this again. Foundational Black Americans are not an organization. You don't pay dues to identify as Foundational Black American. There are some with a delineation mindset and just focus on lineage based um, repair and reparations. Some of us do have nonprofits, right? But Foundational Black Americans aren't a nonprofit. And so I do encourage Foundational Black Americans to establish a nonprofit because that's the way they are beating us out in places like New York. Okay, so now we're going to get into who is doing lineage based only work. so that people understand we're not an organization, but we will pick up the mantle and establish organizations that's going to just focus on lineage work. It's not that hard. I don't know why I got to be hearing that we're a cult, a hate group, with this, that, and the third, when all we are doing is saying, we're not saying you don't need to be, that you don't need to be repaired. But what we are saying is that we're finally putting ourselves first, and nobody should have a problem with that. So, fair use. Oh, one button. Sorry.
Black
Okay.
August, I don't mean the Caribbean Black
Those communities.
I thought so. Okay, very bad.
Pacific caucuses. At the federal level, there is the Congressional Caribbean Caucus, which focuses on ties between the United States and Caribbean nations. There is no official separate Congressional Haitian Caucus or African Caucus. Regarding broader African American, the Congressional Black Caucus generally represents Black members of Congress who.
So here is where I found the problem, right? This resource is Gemini Flash. Now they're up there telling me that there is no official separate Congressional Haitian caucus, but we know there is. There's no African caucus. And so I had to literally, and I'm going to show you that sometimes these AI systems can have things wrong. So I had to literally go to another search engine, get the screenshots, and come back and show them, and then ask, well, why the discrepancy, right? And so that's what you're gonna see if I ain't up here cussing, because I'm stopping if I'm cussing. Yeah, I been here tussling with the AI system.
Diverse cultural heritages from the African diaspora, including backgrounds from Africa and the Caribbean, alongside Native foundational Black Americans. The Congressional Caribbean Caucus focuses on strengthening diplomatic, economic, and cultural ties between the United States and Caribbean nations. Regarding caucuses like the Congressional Haitian Caucus, African Caucus, or Somali Caucus, there are no separately constituted, officially recognized caucuses by those names in the U.S. Congress. These issues are typically addressed through working groups or task forces within the broader Congressional Black Caucus.
And clarify any previous confusion. Why these groups were framed as non-existent or informal earlier. Congressional organizations exist under strict formal classifications set by the House of Representatives. Officially registered congressional member organizations, CMOs, have distinct administrative standing, while regional, country-specific, or diaspora-focused caucuses often operate informally, co-led by interested representatives rather than functioning as standalone administrative bodies. Stating or implying that these entities do not exist at all was an oversight, as they actively function, meet, and introduce targeted policy proposals on Capitol Hill. Official and operational diaspora caucuses.
See, that's after I put the screenshots and uploaded it and was like, so what's this? And now they're clearing up the discrepancy. Just so people know I ain't over here lying. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to continue now. Fair use.
Below are the details and official primary sources for the requested caucuses. 1. Congressional Caribbean Caucus, Leadership and Status, co-chaired by Representative Yvette Clarke, NY09. Designed purpose: fosters bilateral, diplomatic, trade, and economic relations between the United States and Caribbean Basin nations. It advocates for climate resilience, disaster preparedness, and policy issues directly affecting the Caribbean American diaspora in the U.S. Source: details available via Congresswoman Yvette Clarke's official House page. 2. House Haiti Caucus, Leadership and Status, co-founded and co-led by Representative Ayanna Pressley, MA07, Representative Yvette Clarke, NY09, and Representative Sheila Cherfilas McCormick, Florida 20. Designed purpose: formed specifically to address human rights, democratic transitions, corruption, and compounding security/economic crises in Haiti. Domestically, it mobilizes support for Haitian immigrants, including advocating for temporary protected status, TPS extensions, and stopping deportations. Source: details available via Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley's Haiti Caucus page. 3. Congressional Somalia Caucus/Africa Focused Initiatives, Leadership and Status, formed as a bipartisan group, initially co-chaired by former MN Representative Eric Paulson and former NY Representative Keith Ellison, and later supported by Minnesota delegation members including Representative Ilhan Omar. Designed purpose focuses on strengthening U.S.-Somalia diplomatic relations, security issues in the Horn of Africa, humanitarian aid, and addressing civil rights and community integration needs for East African/Somali diaspora neighborhoods in the U.S. Source: details regarding committee and caucus assignments are available via Congresswoman Ilhan Omar's official caucus listing. Definition of broader African American and CBC representation. Definition: within congressional administrative context, broader African American refers to an overarching racial classification used by the Congressional Black Caucus, CBC, to encompass all black members of Congress, regardless of lineage or origin. This includes Native foundational Black Americans whose ancestry traces to U.S. chattel slavery, as well as first and second generation immigrants from the Caribbean and African nations. CBC Immigrant Background Representation. The Congressional Black Caucus does not publish an official demographic breakdown separating members by ancestral lineage or immigrant heritage on its official roster. However, prominent CBC leaders hold direct first or second generation diaspora backgrounds, such as Representative Yvette Clarke, Representative Sheila Sherfalis McCormick, and Representative Ilhan Omar, alongside Native foundational Black American members.
Let me look up the details on those allegations. Controversies. Representative Sheila Sherfalis McCormick, who represents Florida's 20th Congressional District, was born in New York City to parents from Haiti, making her Haitian American. She is facing federal charges alleging participation in a $5 million FEMA fraud scheme involving her family's healthcare company and the misuse of campaign funds. Regarding Representative Ilhan Omar, she has faced scrutiny over discrepancies in her financial disclosures and unsubstantiated rumors regarding her marital history. There is political opposition and unhappiness with these representatives from certain groups who criticize their actions or policies. Checking the updates on those immigration changes and specific cases. Let me gather the details for those updates. The United States government has terminated temporary protected status for nationals of Somalia, South Sudan, Cameroon, and Ethiopia, leaving thousands of affected individuals facing uncertain legal status. Regarding migration protections for Cubans, while certain policies have evolved over time, Cubans who migrated during the 1960s and 1970s largely adjusted their status under the Cuban Adjustment Act of 1966. About 5,000 Jamaicans and larger numbers of Dominicans are included on ICE's non-detained dockets for potential removal. Finally, regarding marriage fraud cases, authorities investigate such schemes in various cities to maintain the integrity of the immigration system.
Address the discrepancy directly. 1. Reconciling the discrepancy. The initial response incorrectly stated that separate entities for these diaspora populations do not exist, treating Congressional Member Organization, CMO, strictly as a formal administrative label. While certain regional task forces operate directly under umbrella bodies like the Congressional Black Caucus, legislative groups like the House Haiti Caucus, the Congressional Caribbean Caucus, and the Congressional Somalia Caucus exist, hold active meetings, publish joint policy agendas, and introduce targeted legislation on Capitol Hill. 2. Verified caucus details and purpose. House Haiti Caucus. Leadership. Co-founded and co-chaired by Representatives Ayanna Pressley, Yvette Clarke, and Sheila Sherfalis McCormick. Focus. Formed to address human rights, political stability, and economic/security crises in Haiti. Domestically, it advocates for immigration protections for Haitian nationals, including temporary protected status, TPS, extensions, and pauses on deportations. Congressional Caribbean Caucus. Leadership. Co-chaired by Representative Yvette Clarke. Focus. Fosters bilateral trade, diplomatic, and economic relations between the U.S. and Caribbean Basin nations. It focuses on disaster relief, climate resilience, and legislative advocacy for Caribbean American constituents. Congressional Somalia Caucus. Leadership. Bipartisan initiative supported by members of the Minnesota Congressional Delegation, including Representative Ilhan Omar. Focus. Focuses on U.S.-Somalia diplomatic relations, security and humanitarian relief in the Horn of Africa, and local civil rights or integration needs for East African immigrant communities. 3. Additional context on immigration cases and oversight. Kenyan transnational marriage fraud case. Federal authorities in Texas prosecuted ringleaders that flew U.S. citizens to Kenya for sham marriages to obtain spousal visas. Defendants were sentenced to federal prison, and their U.S. citizenship was formally revoked due to unlawful naturalization. California and Massachusetts enforcement precedents, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, frequently highlights past prosecutions, such as the Ilegbame case involving Nigerian nationals and the Hicks case in Massachusetts, in public outreach campaigns warning against cash for marriage schemes. Let's summarize federal enforcement actions and historic case precedents related to immigration fraud schemes. South African Marketplace Syndicate, a major international investigation led by South Africa's Special Investigating Unit, SIU, exposing networks using forged identity documents and fake marriages to grant foreign nationals permanent residency status. Kenyan Transnational Marriage Scheme, a federal investigation out of Houston, Texas, where Kenyan nationals were convicted for recruiting American citizens, flying them to Kenya for sham weddings, and using fraudulent spousal visas to obtain residency and citizenship. The court sentenced the primary defendants to prison and formally revoked their U.S. citizenship due to unlawful naturalization. Historical precedents and ICE outreach. Cases often cited by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, in fraud prevention awareness, including the Ilegbame case in California, involving Nigerian nationals, and the Peter Hicks case in Massachusetts, involving sham marriages to women from sub-Saharan Africa. Florida H-1B University freeze. Details on the temporary moratorium enacted by the Florida Board of Governors regarding new H-1B faculty sponsorships at public state universities through early 2027.
So the goal is to clear up any misinformation, so that way when we are advocating for ourselves, that we have the proper context. And when, you know, if you like to debate, you debate from a place of knowledge, right? And where you can cite sources and all that good stuff. So we don't have to hear how stupid or dumb we are because foundational Black Americans don't know nothing. I mean, I hear all types of things on these apps. I know how strong, how smart all of us are, right? So I want to say this. There is an FBA system, a foundational Black American, who, there was a time we were asking for lawyers. Where are the FBA lawyers? Where are the FBA lawyers? She is now studying to take the bar. Me, I'm a creative. I got to keep evolving. So I went and, so I'm certified to use and do certain things with film, with cameras, and use certain studios. So, and there's plenty of others. We know those who picked up the torch and they're rallying, they're lobbyists. They're lobbying at various, you know, I don't want to say congressional hearings. I don't think they're doing that. At various OMB events, like when they open up so that we can decide how we want to self-identify. And you know, when I did that in 2024, when my unofficial mentor pulled me in, who I now have blocked, because you know, I be blocking and moving, block and move, block and move. Don't ignore me, damn it. Okay, well, ignore me. I ain't gonna be here when you come back. I love everybody though, but I need my peace. And what I noticed is that everybody was in it. There was people like, we should step away from race. We don't need, and I didn't understand it at the time, but I just trusted my unofficial mentor and the ethnic identifier that everybody was going for. And he even got 25,000 signatures canvassing, not virtually, okay, in them streets, canvassing for us, by us, right? So that's the people I like to sit under, that's taking initiative, teaching me things. And so a lot of people be like, BX, no, and she know what she talking about. BX is cooking. I didn't wake up like this, y'all. I had help, guidance, knowledge, and to me, it's not hard to pick a side. So I don't regret any time, like, champion everybody black. Oh, I'm rooting for everybody black. But when I found out how they were harming us, and you know, I think I like everybody until they show me why I shouldn't. And so it was easy for me to pick a side. That doesn't negate or diminish the ones who are still writers, using air quotes. What I do realize is nobody actually gets it all.
but at least they're trying, right? And by I mean nobody actually gets it all. I mean the other ethnic groups. hmm A lot to expect us to be their mules, their workhorses, just say, oh, they don't know nothing. Oh, they come from this, they come from that. We've been attacked on our own land for over. Like,
Yeah, that's my confession. Nobody gets it all, right? But I mean the other ethnic groups. So what I used to be very respectful to them. I'm still respectful to my people. And I would guard what I would say because I didn't want to hurt their feelings. I felt maybe they just didn't know. But after I hear one talking point, time after time after time, and one of those talking points was Black Americans or African Americans with air quotes, because that's how some of them choose to identify us. Um, they would say, we just had to understand that they come from war torn countries. How many times we were attacked on our own land? The first bombs thrown on USA soil was on our people. How many towns are not standing because we were ambushed, flooded out, or burnt out? Like, I'm tired of people telling us we have to understand their plight, and nobody is totally getting it all when it comes to us. So, to me, it's not hard to pick a side. And the right side is delineation and foundation of Black Americans. Okay, that's it. That's all. We in the land of our ancestors. If we were somewhere else, I don't hear a peep, and I keep saying this. I don't hear a peep from the Black Americans who moved to South Africa, and I heard there was 20,000 of them. We do know that some get harmed when they go to places like Ghana, but so far I haven't heard anything negative about the Black Americans in South Africa. Wherever we migrate to, we bring value, we don't take away. And I think that's what the immigrants aren't realizing. They didn't add value to where it mattered most, the foundational Black American community. I mean, we don't need the Latinos dented cans and cat-haired bread if you live near what they call a bodega, okay? We don't need people that's old that, it's questionable what they really, really in. Like, we just don't need people to get into our office and say we don't need repair, but they do. Like, what value are they adding? And with that said, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. I've been up here for going on 5 hours, y'all. I really enjoyed my day with y'all. Well, my early morning. I'm gonna get some rest. It's the afternoon. I did want to finish the Black August special, right? Because I was doing Women's Month, Women's History Month. I don't even think I finished the month. I just started getting into everything else, and I didn't make good on the work I was doing there. But y'all know my heart, so I really, really, really wanted to finish Black August. Also, okay, Afro Elite tomorrow. If you're in the Chicago area, and the date is wrong there, but it's 8/23/26 between 12 p.m. through 3 p.m. Central Standard Time at Sims Barbershop there on 47th Street. Okay, it's free back to school giveaways for the children. And he did say during one of his lives, even if you don't have any children, you just want to come, check it out and stuff, you're more than welcome to come. And that's all. It's his first one that he's sponsoring, and he's pretty proud about it. Yesterday, he also had a live calling awareness to our Gary, Indiana family, okay? And so what's going on there is today will be the 12th day that they're without power. So Afro Elite wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. The mainstream really isn't picking it up, and this is where we always got to keep our eye on our people, but this is where we really, really have to step in. So a man joined his live by the name of Cosmo. Shout out to him. He said he moved back to Gary, Indiana, to help his siblings with his mom. So his mom is safe because they're going to ensure that she has her medication. However, we do have elderly out there. No power means no refrigeration. He said, do not give money to just anybody, they need to be credible, right? And he says that the mayor is doing good things out there. And so he suggests that if anybody wants to give a donation, food, clothing, he even said something, I think it's something about solar powers, right? Batteries, well, probably not batteries, but I guess candles and stuff like that. Call the mayor's office. Also, he said that, and this is shout out to Mr. Jermaine. Jermaine dropped the charging stations, which is Gary Public Library, and that's at 220 West Fifth Avenue. And Mr. Cosmo agreed. He said, "Don't give money to just anybody. Call the mayor's office. The mayor is really, really cool, and he has a good approval rating. And he's sure that the whatever donations will be allocated to the appropriate people." There's the charging station, and as always, pray for Gary that they get through this. Okay, so I'm bringing my that information here to my platform for those who don't know, and will see it here first. That shout out to Afrodeep for bringing it to my attention. Mr. Cosmo, Mr. Jermaine, and Sister Jackie, because she reminded us about the elderly and the medication, and we got a status on that. Some people have brought like medicine from an outside entity due to their insurance company. So let's pray for Gary. Hopefully they'll get through this and the power should be back on. I think he gave an estimate of 2 weeks, but he's been telling people, which means probably a month. So call the mayor's office. There's a charging station, and also the same public library that you may need to charge things at would be the same way we, as the public from outside of Gary, could probably contact them in case we can't get in touch with the mayor's office. And on that note, I think that's all. Let me see if I have any new comments. Noah says the citizens of Northwest Indiana are filing a class action lawsuit, right? Because it's the power company, right? NIPSCO or something like that. I think the name was said. Vicky, hi Vicky. Thank you for the donation the other day. And Miss Vicky says, "Have a good and perfect day." Same to you. Ali says, "I hope." Let me go to the other side where I can read it. Um, Ali says, "Hope the Jackson family reach out and help their former hometown." Let's see. Ali says, "Damn, my daughter has had 3 volleyball games already in Texas. When does school start out there?" I don't know. If it's like New York, then it won't start till September. Ali says, "Pray for Gary." And Ali says, Ellie says, "Thanks for the scholarship, BX. Stay safe, my FBA family." Ali says, "Thank you, BX in chat." And if there's any more comments, I can't see them because they scrolled up. I want to say thank you, everybody, for the well wishes, for the prayers, for the engagement, and for the donors, the likes, the shares. Don't forget, we got a membership option. We have calls to actions. I don't have one for Gary besides this one right here on the prompt. And my other ventures and collaborations you can also find in the bio. I love y'all for real. Be one family.
From ancient tales to modern schemes, unraveling truths and chasing dreams.